Honourable members, please be reminded that the question is that Parliament further extends for an additional period of 5 months commencing from the 17th day of May 2021 and ending on the 16th day of October 2021 in accordance with Section 17(6) of the Constitution of St. Lucia, Cap 1.01, the Constitution of St. Lucia, Resolution of Parliament approving declaration of state of emergency passed as statutory instrument number 48 of 2021 that extended the state of emergency for an additional period of 90 days commencing from the 11th day of February 2021 and ending on the 16th day of May 2021. Member for Ancillary Canaries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I go into my presentation, I want to thank the people of Ancillary Canaries for indeed their confidence and their trust in me and for all that we have accomplished over the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to another 5 years with them when they will re-elect me and the United Workers' Party to take them forward. Mr. Speaker, no doubt across the country, whether in Ancillary, whether in Micoud, Babonneau, or Bexar, there is a lot of COVID fatigue. Mr. Speaker, the stipulations, the regulations, the different protocols that we've had to put in place require, Mr. Speaker, a certain level of sacrifice from our population. It requires, Mr. Speaker, all of us, citizens, Mr. Speaker, who have families, children, to have given so much of ourselves during the course of this last year. Mr. Speaker, it was our hope, and it was indeed that of the world, that by this time we would have seen the back of COVID-19. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, images of what's taking place in India has shown us all that we are just one incident away from a major crisis to hit any one of our specific countries. And so, Mr. Speaker, the world remains vulnerable. It started out, Mr. Speaker, with China being the epicenter. And then there were outbreaks in Italy. And then that came under control. And then, Mr. Speaker, we saw the United Kingdom at one point being the epicenter. Today, Mr. Speaker, their vaccination rates, as well as their management and their restrictions that they have put in place, Mr. Speaker, have yielded significant dividends. At one time, the epicenter, Mr. Speaker, was in the United States. And again, Mr. Speaker, we see that whenever countries do the right thing, do the responsible thing, whenever countries make sure that they make the hard decisions, Mr. Speaker, those countries have succeeded. And locally, there has been no different from that global and regional situation. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we are here talking about election dates and some are suspicious about the motive of the state of emergency, Mr. Speaker, the small businesses of this country remain extremely pressured. The vendors and taxi drivers and bus drivers who are carrying loads of 10 individuals instead of 14 are finding it extremely hard to survive. Mr. Speaker, even event planners, Mr. Speaker, they have not worked in any great degree because their sector is completely shut down because of the restrictions and because of the need to manage this virus. Mr. Speaker, car rentals have not operated since the pandemic, and a lot of car rental sectors are feeling the pinch, Mr. Speaker, having to sell many of the cars in their fleet and having to lay off workers. These are the real issues, Mr. Speaker, that are affecting a lot of the various demographics of people in our community. Tour guides, Mr. Speaker, whether they are the Volcano or on the coasters of buses from the cruise industry, which hasn't operated in a year's time. has actually been under tremendous stress, tremendous pain. And we, Mr. Speaker, stand here in solidarity and sympathize with all workers. But we want to say to them, Mr. Speaker, definitively, that this government is committed to putting them back to work. This government, Mr. Speaker, they are able to judge, Mr. Speaker, based on what they have seen today. The erratic rants of the opposition are not going to solve those problems, are not going to deal with the delicate challenges that confronts us at this time, Mr. Speaker, to, on the one hand, manage the greatest health crisis to have hit our country since independence, and on the other hand, repair the economic damage that it has brought about. Economists suggest, Mr. Speaker, that this economic wrath is the worst that they have seen since the Great Depression of the 1930s. Mr. Speaker, this is not a time for reckless behavior and reckless talk. This is a time for calm, level-headed, visionary leadership to take St. Lucia out of the hole that has been put in by COVID-19. And so, Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about election dates here today and when is the date to call elections. Mr. Speaker, whether elections are in May or in June or in July or in August, whenever the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, decides to call the imminent elections, though necessary, whatever legal date the Prime Minister decides, the outcome is already clear. The St. Lucia Labour Party will be defeated at the polls. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to disagree with the Leader of the Opposition, who has asserted here today that we are trying to make the St. Lucia Labour Party look like a violent party. No, Mr. Speaker, he has got that wrong. It's the other way around. They are doing a good job in convincing all of St. Lucia that they are a party of propaganda, lawlessness, and violence. And so what we've seen here today is the fact that, Mr. Speaker, a group of men have come together, and it is clear that they had nothing to say, because despite all of the challenges, we're progressing in this country. We're building roads, we're fixing community centers, our hospitals are running. The respiratory hospital at Victoria Hospital is the best this country has seen Victoria Hospital in decades. The Owen King EU Hospital is open. There's no more talk of dredging the John Compton Dam. It's being dredged, and the water supply of this country is being sustained. Workers are getting back to work. Over 8,000, Mr. Speaker, have actually been re-employed within the tourism sector. Small businesses are reopening. And though, Mr. Speaker, not at the pace at which a lot of them wish, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia is indeed heading in the right direction despite perilous times. And Mr. Speaker, the people of St. Lucia have already made up their minds about the elections. The date is a small matter, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, on that day, whenever the Prime Minister decides to call it, in the words of William Fede from my constituency, by 2 o'clock, they lose already. And so, Mr. Speaker, while we have these debates about election dates, the schools are reopened. Our children are back in the classroom, and they are receiving face-to-face lectures. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is a positive thing, and I believe that this will add tremendous value. When I take my 2 sons to school, I admire the teachers and their commitment to the protocols, and their resolve and their will, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that they do their best to see all of our children across this country, regardless of which community they're in, that they show up, despite the negativity that is sometimes propelled by the St. Lucia Labour Party administration, that they show up just like the rest of us, just like our frontliners, just like our police officers and nurses and doctors and workers across this country who are sacrificing every day. And so, Mr. Speaker, the member for Castries South was right. There are two St. Lucians. There are two St. Lucia. There's one St. Lucia for the rest of us, and there's another for the St. Lucia Labour Party, who believe that they can do anything, who believe that they can just organize rallies, who believe that they can have political marches and just break all the COVID protocols. Mr. Speaker, the police is indeed correct. It is a fact. The word through the grapevine and intelligence that the police would have acquired would have showed, Mr. Speaker, that the St. Lucia Labour Party and their operatives were planning a mass demonstration today. And the demonstration, Mr. Speaker, was voiced here today. And so what happened is the door was closed on their plan. All of these videos you see where people have actually had violent opposition to police officers. We see the one famously in Soufrière. They have failed to condemn these acts. They have failed to support the police officers who are going out every single day, Mr. Speaker, to keep this country under law and order. And Mr. Speaker, when our workers and when our officers are making such grave sacrifices, what we need to do, Mr. Speaker, is to rally with them and to encourage them to keep all of us safe, not to stoke the flames, not to make petty objections to what is clearly necessary, so that we can all keep ourselves, our families, and our constituents. If we claim to love them, then we will support the police to keep law and order. If we claim to love them, then we'll support the Ministry of Health in the protocols that they have prescribed for our country at one of its most trying times. Mr. Speaker, church going in this country has been very different. Sundays and Saturdays, religious days, you see fewer people attending church services. Think of all those churchgoers, Mr. Speaker, who've had to make sacrifices. Why can't the St. Lucia Labour Party just at least temper their enthusiasm for rallies and politicking for just a moment? There'll be enough time for that. But right now, Mr. Speaker, I believe it is time that we put St. Lucia first. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are moving in the right track. Mr. Speaker, just allow me to share some COVID data here today. And I want to share with you, Mr. Speaker, that so far we have made significant strides in trying to keep this pandemic under control. I want to report to this Honorable House that the protocols are working. Because, Mr. Speaker, in the report that I've received from the command center, it suggests that over the period of Easter, Mr. Speaker, that the curfews that we've put in place did work. Because despite the tendency of our country at that time, Mr. Speaker, to have high levels of festivity and socialization, we see, Mr. Speaker, that the curfews did curtail the movement of people. Mr. Speaker, the biggest issue with COVID is people moving about and interacting with each other. The more people interact, the more people move about, the wider you will have a spread of COVID-19. And all we're trying to do is not to take away freedoms. We're not trying to put people in prisons, Mr. Speaker. We're not trying to make it difficult for anyone. We are trying to keep the people of St. Lucia safe from this deadly pandemic. And the only way we can do that is to try our best, Mr. Speaker, whether it's in political gatherings or whether it is church going or family gatherings. It is when, Mr. Speaker, we just temper for now or curtail our enthusiasm and our love for each other, just to stay away a little bit, just to ensure that things are under control, just to make sure that St. Lucia get out of the hole that it's in. This is what today is all about. Simply to make sure that when we are ready, that we don't need to rush to the Parliament to institute the legal framework to have a curfew, But it is simply, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we put the overarching framework that when it becomes necessary, all we can do is activate the state of emergency. And today is not about depriving the Labour Party from having their politicking. Mr. Speaker, they're doing that. I saw about 10 of them in my constituency, including the member for Castries South, the leader. They came to prop up an obviously weak candidate that I will obviously defeat at the polls come election day. And so 1,000 can come, Mr. Speaker. We are not afraid because we have performed in a constituency that they have neglected. And we are not here to bar you from having political activities. That's not what this is about. This is clearly about making sure that we manage a health crisis. We continue to be responsible about managing that health crisis, but at the same time, reopening our economy strategically. And so, Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the pandemic, we've had some 4,573 cases. Mr. Speaker, the prevalence rate per 10,000 population would be 252.4. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing that the percentage positivity rate as a ratio of the test, historically it's at 11.3%. But that, Mr. Speaker, has gone down significantly, almost by half, to 6%, Mr. Speaker, over the last 7 days. Mr. Speaker, we are making progress in the management of this pandemic because we have seen, Mr. Speaker, that the level of cases and new cases and the level of active cases have all come down. The level of hospitalization, Mr. Speaker, have come down significantly. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, 74 individuals have died and they're no longer with us. And it was sad to hear that the fortunes of those individuals were politicized here today. The people were saying, and a mention was made of the gentleman who committed suicide at the hospital. Mr. Speaker, no one wishes for that to happen. No one wanted that to happen, Mr. Speaker. But it is unfortunate that it has happened. And it is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that some will go to such low depths to win political arguments by, Mr. Speaker, profiting from the misfortunes of others. That is unfortunate. I listened here and I was saddened by what I saw from the opposition. But, Mr. Speaker, what the science and what the numbers are saying, and the opposition hate to hear this, that most of the comorbidities that we've had are diabetes and hypertensive patients. And so, Mr. Speaker, with those patients, it means, therefore, that the people who are vulnerable to COVID-19 are people that are older with underlying conditions. And so the stats are showing exactly that, Mr. Speaker. It showed that, Mr. Speaker, 53% of all cases are females, the other 47% being males, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, most of our cases are in age groups to between 25 and 49 age group. But elderly with underlying conditions are the most affected. This is the age group, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing the most death. Mr. Speaker, frontliners are also being affected. And so when your frontliners are being affected, Mr. Speaker, you have to take the extra precaution to make sure that the people whom you're asking to protect the population are also at risk. And so this is not a time, Mr. Speaker, where things are normal. And so what we have to do is to make sure that we secure the country, we secure the health system, we secure the police and the enforcement system so that we can have the best capacity to be able to manage this pandemic. And so, Mr. Speaker, so about 128 frontliners have been affected to date with COVID-19. They include nurses and doctors and other medical practitioners, including pharmacists and health personnel, Mr. Speaker. We've seen, Mr. Speaker, evidence of the British variant, and we've had some 15 cases to date, Mr. Speaker, despite the whole barrage of hoopla that was made by the opposition. We've seen very little numbers in terms of the people that have come through with the British variant. So it means, Mr. Speaker, that we've done a very good job in protecting the rest of our population from people that are coming in from the UK, whether they are tourists or returning nationals, because, Mr. Speaker, to date, we have only been able to verify with CARFA and the Ezra Long Lab that there have been some 15 of those individuals that we have seen to date and recorded to date. So, Mr. Speaker, we haven't seen a widespread issue with the British variant. Mr. Speaker, I want to come back to the COVID-related deaths again and its impact on the elderly. Mr. Speaker, males account for 72% of all COVID and COVID-related deaths. The 50-plus age group accounts for 84. So persons, Mr. Speaker, 50 years and older, accounted for 84% of the COVID-19 deaths. Individuals in the age group of 60 to 60-plus age group accounts for 54 of all COVID-19 related deaths. The most frequent comorbidities, as I've said, Mr. Speaker, observed would be diabetes and hypertension. And this, Mr. Speaker, is a chronic health issue that has been affecting our country for quite some time. And what I would have loved to have heard were the solutions that the opposition, who has promised the nation a diabetes center through their relationship with Dr. Jafali, what their solutions were, Mr. Speaker, to help to solve this chronic issue. That's the debate that we need to have today. Because after 15 years, in our last 25 years of political history, the Labour Party presided over most of those years. And they have failed, Mr. Speaker, to make any dent in this chronic issue. And so today, Mr. Speaker, we are here with this as an issue that is compounded by COVID-19 and has caused many individuals to lose their lives. Mr. Speaker, the St. Lucia Labour Party, instead of coming and sympathize, instead of coming here and show some empathy, what they continuously do, Mr. Speaker, is to use it in some way to show that the crisis is being mismanaged. Mr. Speaker, I want to say here today that this country is under the best Prime Minister to lead it in this time of its difficulty. And I say that with an intro, Mr. Speaker, to introduce, and I'll make this a document of the House. And I want to, Mr. Speaker, just share with the House the latest and the updated travel bubble for the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker. And this is the travel bubble with various countries. And I want to read some excerpts from it. And the latest one, May 3rd, 2021, because a lot has been said here about his trip to Barbados. And I want to assure you and the Honorable House and everyone that the Prime Minister followed all the protocols. And so, Mr. Speaker, I read, due to the sustained transmission of COVID-19 in many countries, the Department of Health and Wellness meticulously monitors COVID-19 trends globally and continues to update the national policy accordingly. It goes on to state, Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the OECS recommendations on the reopening of borders, the government of St. Lucia implements the following. 1. All incoming passengers, including persons from the Caribbean bubble, should present with a negative COVID-19 PCR test 5 days prior to travel. 2. All non-nationals arriving passengers from destinations outside the bubble will be allocated at a COVID-19 approved accommodation site. 3, all arriving passengers from destinations within the bubble will be exempt. Note, Mr. Speaker, I read again for emphasis. All arriving passengers from destinations within the bubble will be exempt from the 14-day of quarantine if presenting with a negative PCR test 5 days prior to travel. All arriving passengers from within the bubble must have traveled directly, been in transit for at least 24 hours from a country within the bubble, and have been in that country for at least 21 days. All arriving passengers from within the bubble who have been in transit in a country outside of the bubble will be subjected to a 14-day quarantine. So if you're going to the bubble, Mr. Speaker, and you're returning from the bubble, you don't require to be quarantined, you just need a PCR test. If you're outside of the bubble, then you need to quarantine. Now, let me list the countries that are inside the bubble. Mr. Speaker, they include Anguilla, Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, British Virgin Islands, Cayman Islands, Dominica, Grenada, Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Turks and Caicos. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to make this a document of the House so that all members of the House can familiarize themselves with the travel bubble policy. But, Mr. Speaker, in rejecting the assertions here today, or the attempt by members of the opposition, which seems to suggest that the Prime Minister somehow, or the member for Micoud South, broke the protocols, Mr. Speaker, I hope that what I've read to you would have dismissed this as a falsehood, an untruth, and in keeping with the Labour Party's behavior in this honourable House for the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, it is important for me to do so. Why? Because I have sat in the cabinet, Mr. Speaker, seeing the Prime Minister, who carries the Minister of Finance portfolio, giving the Ministry and the Minister of Health all the necessary support they need financially and otherwise, Mr. Speaker, so that we can ably and adequately manage this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, it takes a visionary leader to do so. Mr. Speaker, it was this Prime Minister who determined that we needed help, and he was going to find all the necessary resources to get the Cuban Medical Brigade here to help to beef up our capacity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was this Prime Minister who decided that come what may, that he needed to find the necessary resources, even though there were budgetary issues and revenue shortfalls of close to $200 million, that he had to open up the respiratory hospital at the Victoria Hospital. Mr. Speaker, it was this Prime Minister who went further, Mr. Speaker, and negotiated with the people at Starfish to make sure that we have quarantine facilities, so that when our nationals came back, Mr. Speaker, that we had among the best quarantine facilities in the Caribbean. That's a fact. Mr. Speaker, I need to remind the members of the opposition that it was this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, who actually came to this honourable House and amended the NIC Act so that we can bring some income support to over 12,000 workers registered with the NIC, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was this Prime Minister who understood that many in the informal sector, in the informal economy, taxi drivers, vendors, barbers, hairdressers, all those people who are self-employed. And he said, you know what? We have to find a way to help to relieve the pain of these individuals. And what did he do, Mr. Speaker? He got monies to ensure that over 6,000 of them benefited from our income support drive, which helped them in their time of need during COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, it is this Prime Minister who saw the wisdom that while we were going through a difficult period economically, and while many jobs were displaced because of COVID-19, that we needed, Mr. Speaker, to activate the construction industry and stimulate jobs within that sector. Mr. Speaker, to date, nearly some 3,000 St. Lucians are employed east, west, north, and south in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, because of that policy. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on and on to lay in this honorable house that the member for Micoud South is one of the most visionary leaders this country has ever seen. And the opposition need to put that in their pipe and smoke it, as they say in local parlance. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is not a time for fabrications. This is not a time for flimsy talk. I listened to the presentations here today, and I shook my head in amazement because no one said nothing. There's nothing for me to respond to, Mr. Speaker. But I only took the time to come here, because I wanted, Mr. Speaker, to let the people of St. Lucia know that we are managing this pandemic, and that the efforts here today is not to take away their liberties, is not to take away their rights, but it just really is, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we have the legal framework that we can act promptly and swiftly, because these are not normal times. We are just one house party away from a national outbreak. All it takes, Mr. Speaker, is for in the workplace, one person going to work with COVID, a drop in the protocols, and we could have a national spike again. This is not a time for us to be selfish. This is for us to follow the example of the member for Micoud South, and lead this country with distinction, with aplomb, Mr. Speaker, and with vision. And so, Mr. Speaker, you hear the talk in this community. The St. Lucia Labour Party, whether it is COVID, whether it is the management of the economy, whether it is law and order, they have failed to catch the imagination of this population. The people of St. Lucia have already rejected the politics of the 1960s, which they're trying to hold them to. They come here, instead of talking about empowering people, they talk about keeping people in poverty. And they come here and talking about celebrating poverty. Mr. Speaker, we on this side are different. We believe that what we ought to do, Mr. Speaker, is to help people where they need it, to be targeted in our social assistance, which is why we have programs, Mr. Speaker, like doubling the amount of people on the poverty assistance list, which is why, Mr. Speaker, we are moving ahead to graduate more St. Lucians from the poverty class into the middle class, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you look at the progress that's taking place all over this country. This is not about, the member for Dennery North says that we're just trying to buy time because we're a failed government. Mr. Speaker, you go to the free zone in Vieux-Fort now, and there's not a space to rent to anyone because, Mr. Speaker, they invest St. Lucia through the leadership of the member for Chazelle. They have filled every single plant in the free zone. Never before, Mr. Speaker, has this been done before. And so the Labour Party, they are good at talking. They're good at saying that Vieux-Fort should be the new frontier. But, Mr. Speaker, it takes the UWP to activate, Mr. Speaker, what is necessary to take the people of this country forward. And so, Mr. Speaker, the call centers are progressing nicely. Over 5,000 individuals are employed within the call center sector, Mr. Speaker, bringing about great relief to the people of St. Lucia and creating jobs, Mr. Speaker, at a time when this country needs it most. Mr. Speaker, the civil servants, despite COVID-19 and the budgetary cuts, they get their pay every single month, Mr. Speaker. We've been able to meet payroll. The members opposite get paid their salaries as MPs every single month. And so it's easy for them to say some of the stuff that they say. Mr. Speaker, it has no weight, Mr. Speaker. The size of their arguments are smaller than the weight of our challenges that we face in this country. And it is very, very sad to see that the main opposition party is not even up to the task of debating coherently and succinctly about the issues. When the member from, from Vieux-Fort North was told that he cannot debate on semantics and on assumptions and on mistruths, he took his seat. He went away. He left the podium because this is the DNA of the Labour Party. They are not a party, Mr. Speaker, that like to follow law and order. Check the history, Mr. Speaker. 1982 to 1982 was the most destructive time in this country. And we keep going on and we see evidence and remnants of it playing out, Mr. Speaker, from the younger ones who have learned the politics from that time. And that is what is happening. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have come too far to turn back now. St. Lucia is going in the right direction. We're progressing steadily. Mr. Speaker, the member for Castries East spoke about my sector, tourism. Please allow me some latitude, Mr. Speaker, to respond, because he has said quite inaccurately that the cruise lines, we were engaging in wishful thinking, and we were spreading false hope by suggesting that the cruise lines, Mr. Speaker, were going to come back. It is a fact, Mr. Speaker, that the cruise industry continue to have and have had significant challenges with the Center for Disease Control of the United States of America. But, Mr. Speaker, while we await the cruise lines and the CDC to work out their various challenges, the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, and the Americas have put together a committee led by the Honorable member for Micoud North, who is the co-chair and who has been leading CARICOM, Mr. Speaker, on that committee to reopen the cruise industry. Now, Mr. Speaker, it proves my point. Even the CARICOM heads see that the member for Micoud South is a man of the hour, is a man for the job, that he can lead not just St. Lucia, but the entire Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, on the reopening of its tourism industry, on the reopening of its economy, Mr. Speaker. What more evidence do we need? And so, Mr. Speaker, to just inform the member for Castries East and as well the public that the member for Micoud South co-chairs the reopening of the cruise industry. He's the chair of the CARICOM committee, but co-chairs the Americas. And what they've done, Mr. Speaker, is they've said, here are some practical ways by which we can reopen the economies of the Caribbean. Because, Mr. Speaker, all of the taxi drivers that haven't worked in a year and the vendors and all of the self-employed individuals, COVID, Mr. Speaker, has repeated that same exact experience across the Caribbean. We've seen the exact wrath, the pummel of the Caribbean economy, destruction, Mr. Speaker, brought about by COVID-19. And so they've said, listen, let's find a way where we can open the economy. Let's find a way where we can deal with the cruise industry. There are issues in starting the cruises out of the U.S. ports. The famous ones would be Miami and also Puerto Rico. But what has happened, Mr. Speaker, is that they've said they're going to home port out of jurisdictions like Barbados, where Caribbean governments would have total control in terms of how it is going to work jurisdictionally. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines have just issued a press release stating that they're very happy with the progress. All is on course for their initial calls, Mr. Speaker, in June. And that in itself, Mr. Speaker, will bring back a lot of economic activity for a lot of people who have been out of the economic action for quite some time. So I'm happy for the retail workers of the duty-free shops at Point Serafin. I'm happy for the members of Holiday and Courtesy Taxi who haven't worked for a while. I'm happy for the market vendors and in the craft market and the vendors arcade. I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that the cruise industry is coming back and the hundreds of St. Lucians who have been recalled to their jobs, that they have been, most of them, vaccinated, and the people that are coming off the cruise ships, Mr. Speaker, will be vaccinated. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is very much on stream. And this is reality. This is factual. This is not a dream. This is not false hope. But this really, Mr. Speaker, is visionary leadership led by the honorable member for Micoud South. So, Mr. Speaker, the opposition has really lost it here today. They have lost their footing. I am still waiting for a valid point to debate on. The member for Labrie, perhaps when he speaks a little later, might bring some substance to the table. But so far, very, very ordinary stuff from men who are asking the people of St. Lucia to elect them at an election date that they keep alluding to. Mr. Speaker, the member for Vieux-Fort South is not here, but he raised an interesting one about vaccination. And the vaccination, Mr. Speaker, is one that is of global concern. The stats are as follows. 87% of the vaccines administered today are in the world's richest countries, or the richest 18% of the world's population, while 13% of the administered vaccines are in 82% of the world's poorest countries, or the rest of the world's population. That in itself, Mr. Speaker, explains the inequity, the challenge that is taking place globally, the hoarding and the competition by many countries for vaccines. And so the member for Castries South, when he posited that this government made no arrangements for vaccines, that is small talk. That's street talk. That's for the boys on the block. That's, you know, Mr. Speaker, doesn't belong in a serious debate such as the one that we're in. He's really let himself down today by repeating that, because really, Mr. Speaker, there is a politics of vaccine that's taking place globally. And there's nothing a small country like Dominica, St. Lucia, Antigua, or Trinidad even can do about it. We all have challenges in obtaining vaccines. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, if I can just consult my notes, you would see that over 24,000 St. Lucians have received their first dose. And, Mr. Speaker, a considerable amount have received their second dose. Mr. Speaker, we have received our first batch in the COVAX. We've also received our first batch from the Indian Alliance that we've gotten, Mr. Speaker. We're anticipating, Mr. Speaker, additional vaccines. Now, I can tell you that the member for Micoud South, and I really believe that he's preoccupied with saving St. Lucia from COVID, Mr. Speaker. He has been making phone calls upon phone calls, trying his best to see how he can get additional vaccines for St. Lucia, trying every single route, every single connection that he has. And that includes other members of the cabinet. We're all working, Mr. Speaker, to see how best, what doors can we open so that we can vaccinate more of our people, take us closer to herd immunity, so that we can create, Mr. Speaker, the shield around our country from COVID-19. But, Mr. Speaker, even when we vaccinate a considerable amount of our population, we still have to be careful. What the vaccination does, Mr. Speaker, it does reduce the risk significantly. But, Mr. Speaker, the research is showing that the vaccines only protect you or reduces from 80 to 90% the chance by which you can contract COVID-19. The research is still not yet conclusive on whether individuals that are vaccinated can still spread the virus. And so, Mr. Speaker, I know that the expectation usually is that once you're vaccinated, that you're all in the clear. But while it reduces you significantly and creates that extra shield of protection, it does not 100% eliminate you from contracting or spreading the virus. And so everyone should go take the vaccine, Mr. Speaker. We've all taken it in the cabinet. And we're all fine, we're all healthy, and nothing has happened. And I want to encourage St. Lucians to go take it. And I want to help them, Mr. Speaker, to disabuse their minds from the various conspiracy theories or the anxieties that exist about vaccines and taking the vaccines here in St. Lucia. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are on the right track. We are moving in the right direction, and I am left with no choice but to support the motion as laid here by the member for Micoud South, both by the improvements made, and we have seen, Mr. Speaker, that where there have been a curfew as recently as Easter, we see, Mr. Speaker, that we're able to manage the pandemic well. The job and the work of the police becomes a lot easier. It is with more clarity. It becomes a lot easier for people to comply, Mr. Speaker, to the protocols. As well, Mr. Speaker, we've had several months of this, the state of emergency during the course of the pandemic. People have been able to go to the supermarket. People have been able to go to the beach. People have been able to go pay their bills. People have been able to go see their families. People have been able to go to church. And the list of liberties, Mr. Speaker, is long. And so I reject those suggestions that we're trying to restrict those liberties. The only people that are upset about this are the 6 representatives on the opposition side who are reluctant, Mr. Speaker, to make the necessary sacrifices that we are all willing to make in the best interest of the country. I support this motion.
Member for Suzel Saltivas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise, albeit very briefly, to support the motion by the Honorable Prime Minister to further extend the state of emergency for a period of 5 months. Mr. Speaker, before I go into expressing some of my sentiments for the reason for my support, I want to take the opportunity to extend advance Mother's Day greetings to all mothers this coming weekend. And Mr. Speaker, it is said that females are usually very more progressive when it comes to visiting and consulting their medical doctors. And I would like to use the opportunity today to ask our mothers and to encourage their fathers, their sons, their brothers, their uncles to take the vaccine. Mr. Speaker, the same progression in terms of their visiting doctor, that they use that influence, Mr. Speaker, to encourage our men to visit the doctors and also to get vaccinated, Mr. Speaker. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because we're the second year running where mothers, particularly in my community, are not able to celebrate in the usual style of having the country and western dances, and socializing. And Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing that I heard on the other side, which is very true, is that the whole COVID has really stifled some of our socialization. But Mr. Speaker, we can get there if we all get vaccinated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was absent for the morning session as a result of putting off a doctor's visit for many months, and I finally got an opportunity today, so I quickly took the opportunity to go to the doctor. And, you know, while the doctor was checking my pressure and other symptoms, other signs, Mr. Speaker, you know, I questioned him as to, you know, his profession doing a lot more to encourage general society to accept the vaccine. And his response, Mr. Speaker, was, it is a collective responsibility. And I came here this afternoon and listening to the opposition, you know, speaking about as if it is all about this side of the government that is supposed to continuously promote, you know, the protocols and ensuring that we get vaccinated. And Mr. Speaker, the issue of collective responsibility is a serious one, Mr. Speaker. It is a serious one because when I heard the member from Beaufort North speak to an occasion where the Prime Minister may have been caught without a mask, and in essence was suggesting that as a result of the Prime Minister not wearing a mask, that the population should not wear a mask. That is how I interpreted it, Mr. Speaker, and that's irresponsible. Because the opposition has as much of a responsibility as we are all leaders, Mr. Speaker, as much of a responsibility to encourage St. Lucians to follow the protocols, okay, and let us do what is necessary for us to get out of this quagmire called COVID, for us to get on with our lives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also heard members opposite speaking, and I'm very happy that they mention it because it is good to recognize people in our society who work very hard, but recognizing that today was International Firefighters Day, and I also would like to extend similar congratulations to the men and women of the fire service, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, we cannot speak with forked tongues, Mr. Speaker. We cannot speak with forked tongues because it is the members opposite who were in receipt of a report on how to improve the fire service, Mr. Speaker. And that report was shelved, Mr. Speaker. That report was shelved to improve the operations of the fire service, Mr. Speaker. And it was when we came in government, Mr. Speaker, we appointed a fire chief. We appointed new men and women in the fire service to make life easier, Mr. Speaker. We cannot on one hand be promoting one thing, on the other hand making life a lot more difficult for our fire personnel. Every weekend you hear our fire personnel telling you about the hardships they have to face because of some mass crowd events. Mr. Speaker, when we speak, Mr. Speaker, we have to speak honestly to the citizens of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I listen to members opposite suggesting that the state of emergency is not necessary, the extension is not necessary, I'm wondering in what reality are they living, Mr. Speaker? Across the Caribbean, you are hearing individual countries extending state of emergency. Are the members opposite saying that they have found a magic formula that they would deal with it differently, Mr. Speaker? Are they saying if they come into government, they're going to stop everything that the experts are telling us how to control COVID and deal with it differently, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, today there are over 3.2 million deaths worldwide from COVID. That's like 18 times our population, Mr. Speaker. 3.2 million deaths overseas. The same members opposite, okay, who are crying that people who can afford, when they fall ill, they run to the States, they run to India, they run. These are the countries with some of the most deaths, Mr. Speaker. Does it mean that the medical facilities are not up to date to deal with some of the issues and want to question the work that our medical people are doing down here, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we must not speak politics when it comes to these things. We have to recognize the work that our professionals are doing here and encourage them, especially in these hard times, Mr. Speaker. Our people are under a lot of pressure. We want COVID to go away, Mr. Speaker, but we cannot be bashing our professionals. They work hard, Mr. Speaker. They work very hard. I understand, Mr. Speaker, that when you're in opposition, you try to speak to the emotions of people. You try to speak to the emotions of people. So, Mr. Speaker, you will speak to stifling socialization. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to recognize that when we speak on the other side, when we come into government, we have to face the reality. And the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that what we are doing here is for the better good of the country. It's for the better good of the country, Mr. Speaker. In order to get to a better place, we have to sacrifice some things, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I am saying that what we are doing here, Mr. Speaker, is to avoid a total shutdown, as we have seen in some cases where people let their guard down. We don't want that, Mr. Speaker. Our businessmen and women in this country have suffered long enough, Mr. Speaker. I always hear the leader of the opposition, he always speaks to, we represent 30,000 people. And it's the same 30,000 people that you represent, you need to speak to them, Mr. Speaker, as well. You need to speak to them to encourage them. Follow the protocols. Let us be responsible in our behavior. Mr. Speaker, time and time again I have heard the members opposite being admonished for holding a march and that the march may have been responsible. I have never spoken on whether a march is responsible for the increase in COVID cases or not. I have no proof of that, Mr. Speaker. But what I know is that that march was irresponsible, Mr. Speaker. And it was irresponsible not from the point of that it was held maybe at the spur of the moment. It was a planned march 4 months before, Mr. Speaker. That makes it even more irresponsible. And any other motorcade or anything you have, Mr. Speaker, is irresponsible in the times that we have. That's the reality. Let us stop playing the politics. Let us recognize what we are facing, because some of us are saying things, Mr. Speaker, and when we come into government, we have to face the demons that we are expressing. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I will say, and I will close, Mr. Speaker, that I support the motion. And to the members opposite who are calling for the election to be called, Mr. Speaker, I will say one thing. If we call that election tomorrow, Flubbo will be in power. We call it in June, Flubbo will be in power. We call it in July, Flubbo will be in power, Mr. Speaker. I thank you very much.
You trouble the man, you kill the man. You press the man.
Member for Soufre Fonseca.
I have the river line for you. Pass that to yes,
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my full support to the motion as presented by the member for Micoud South, the Honorable Prime Minister, for the extension of the state of emergency by 5 months. Mr. Speaker, one would have thought that today members on the opposite side would have come with a different approach in this honorable chamber when we are in such a critical time in the history of this country. Such unprecedented, difficult and challenging times, Mr. Speaker. But as usual, it is the same game of politics played by the members opposite every time they come to a sitting of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House firmly believe in this famous quote by Thomas Carlyle, Scottish philosopher, historian, writer, when he says, and I quote, "He who has health has hope, and he who has hope has everything." And the genesis, Mr. Speaker, of this motion as presented today is all about the health and safety of the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Health and safety of the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And it seems that the members opposite are living in a different world, that they are not aware of what is happening in this country. They are not aware of what is happening around us in the region, and they are not aware of what is happening around the world, Mr. Speaker. Good point. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this extension of state of emergency, Mr. Speaker, is to be able to give the authorities, give our health personnel, give the police, give the essential workers, the frontline workers, that extra tool which we need to be able to combat, to fight COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. That's the point. What we are saying, Mr. Speaker, is that the measures and the protocols which are contained in the COVID Protection and Prevention Act, the bill, is not sufficient enough to reduce the numbers of COVID-19 cases in this country. Because the experts, the medical team, the CMO, and everybody have said that one of the factors contributing to the increase in numbers is socialization. And socialization, Mr. Speaker, mainly takes place in the evening. And hence the reason why we are coming to this honorable chamber, Mr. Speaker, requesting the Parliament to support a motion to extend the state of emergency, because this is the only authority we have as a government to impose a curfew in the country, Mr. Speaker. This is the only authority we have to curtail the freedom of movement of people in the country. Freedom of movement which is enshrined in the Constitution of the country, Mr. Speaker, under Section 12 of the Constitution. There is no other legislation that you could use to curtail freedom of movement of people except through the declaration of a state of emergency to impose a curfew. Very simple, Mr. Speaker. We are not saying that the curfew is the solution to all the problems, all the cases, but the curfew goes a very, very long way, Mr. Speaker, in helping to curtail the numbers of COVID cases in the country. And the health and safety of the people of St. Lucia is of paramount importance to this government, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the members opposite, all they think of is elections, and politics, Mr. Speaker. We're not concerned about politics, Mr. Speaker. We're not concerned about elections, because we are confident, we are certain that every 11 member on this side of the House will be returning to this chamber when the day comes, Mr. Speaker. And we are going to absorb some of their seats on this opposite side, Mr. Speaker. Because after the actions today, their behavior today, the people of St. Lucia are going to judge them when the Prime Minister calls that election, Mr. Speaker. We're not concerned about that. Our paramount paramount of importance to us is health and safety, Mr. Speaker. That is what is important to us. And this is why we have come to the chamber today, to this parliament, requesting an extension of the state of emergency to help us protect the lives of the citizens of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's amazing that in all what we've heard from the members opposite today, Mr. Speaker, not one of them, Mr. Speaker, not one of them have alluded to the fact that we were at a high of 1,859 cases in January, and as of yesterday, we are only 96 active cases. Not one of them, Mr. Speaker, not one of them made mention of that fact and thanked and commended the frontline workers, the essential workers in the battle against COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. Not one of them, Mr. Speaker. But they have every reason to speak against the motion today. Why? Because of cheap politics, Mr. Speaker. Cheap politics. And I want, Mr. Speaker, on record to thank our essential workers, our frontline workers, for the good job which they are all doing in protecting the lives of our citizens at this very critical time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this motion there today augurs extremely well for my constituency, Mr. Speaker, Soufrière-Font-Saint-Jacques. This is a constituency, Mr. Speaker, which have suffered tremendously as a result of COVID-19. And this motion today, Mr. Speaker, is a motion which is going to put us on the right track so that we in this country, we in Soufrière, can get back to some level of normalcy again, Mr. Speaker. This is a motion, Mr. Speaker, that is going to now enable the thousands of persons in Soufrière who have not worked in over a year to get back to work, Mr. Speaker. Because we must face the reality that sooner or later we need to open up this country, open up every sector of the economy again, Mr. Speaker, because we have to live alongside COVID. But we need to do so in an organized, structured, responsible manner. We need to be able to get persons vaccinated. We need to get persons to adhere to the measures, the protocols. We need the curfew to help maintain that level of stability which we are looking for in order for us to get to that point of normalcy, Mr. Speaker, where more businesses will be able to be opened, more taxi drivers will be able to work, more water taxi operators in Soufrière, Mr. Speaker, more tour guides will be able to go back to work, more smaller restaurants will be able to purchase from the farmers at Font-Saint-Jacques, from Belfort, Chateau-Belair, Zeno, Ravinclay, all those places, Mr. Speaker. Our small business owners, once the economy is reopened, our small barber shops, our hair salons, small bars, the small grocery stores, everybody will be able to get back on their feet again, Mr. Speaker. But we need to be able to control the numbers. We cannot allow the numbers, the cases to go back to 1,859 again, Mr. Speaker. We cannot. It is going to be irresponsible of us as a government to allow this to happen under our watch, Mr. Speaker. And the COVID-19 does not have friends. It does not have family. It does not look at your status. It does not look at ethnicity, religion, political affiliation, nothing, Mr. Speaker. This is a beast raging out there. And we need, Mr. Speaker, this extension of the state of emergency to combat this dreadful virus out there for the health and safety of our people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, I sat there today, and when I listened to the members opposite, especially the member from Castro South, I really thought that we were on the market steps. Because the statements coming from him is like at a market steps meeting, Mr. Speaker. but he's been very deliberate in his approach, Mr. Speaker. He avoided the extension of state of emergency, and all he did concentrated on election, the date of election, all in an attempt to create chaos, to create confusion, to create intimidation in this country, Mr. Speaker. That was his agenda, Mr. Speaker. That was his agenda, to rile up their supporters, their base. So when June the 5th comes, it is going to be chaos in the country. That was his agenda today. And we have to be cognizant of that, Mr. Speaker. We have to be cognizant of that.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member has really crossed the line in imputing improper motives. To suggest my contribution was designed to cause unrest in the country on June the 6th when elections are held, I mean, he's going a little too far. He's wanting to throw a little peacock whatnot, but surely, Mr. Speaker, I need you, Mr. Speaker, to tell him that he's really crossing the line now.
Honourable member, don't impute any improper motives on the part of...
I will be so guided, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I shall continue. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the Honourable House, Mr. Speaker, we are concerned about the people of this country. We are the ones fighting every single day for the people of St. Lucia, the people of Soufrière, the people of Fon Saint-Jacques, the people of Micoud, of Babono, of Dennery, Castro Southeast, Mr. Speaker, because we value every single life in this country, Mr. Speaker. We value every single life. And this motion today, Mr. Speaker, is a motion to protect the lives of our people. Yes, many of us are frustrated. Sometimes we get angry, Mr. Speaker. We're not able to socialize and do the things we used to do pre-COVID. But, Mr. Speaker, we just have to bear some patience, sacrifice, because with this government, I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, we will be over COVID one day. This government is going to put St. Lucia back on its feet again when we are over COVID, Mr. Speaker. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I fully support the motion as presented by the Honourable Prime Minister.
Member for Babono.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity for me to contribute to the debate on this motion presented by the Honourable Prime Minister, the member for Micoud South, as it pertains to the continuation of the state of emergency. Mr. Speaker, I must say that I stand in this Honourable House very disappointed. Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed because I'm sure you would agree that, if my memory serves me right, Mr. Speaker, this is the third time we come into this Honorable House to present a motion as it pertains to the state of emergency. Now, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you will agree that what you heard by those opposite is nothing new. Nothing that would cause us to consider a change of mind as it pertains to our intention for the continuation of the state of emergency. Mr. Speaker, I'm also confused because when I listen to those opposite, they send conflicting messages. Conflicting messages, Mr. Speaker, as it pertains to the contribution. Some stood up and say, there's no need for a state of emergency. That's what some of them said. There's no need for a state of emergency, Mr. Speaker. Whilst others are saying that you're not satisfied with the reasons we gave, or the reason the Honorable Prime Minister, member for Miku South, gave why we want a continuation of a state of emergency. So what I'm understanding, Mr. Speaker, not even they are confused as to what they want to present in this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you would agree, Mr. Speaker, that a lot of representations made by those opposite did not meet any sensible argument. And please allow, Mr. Speaker, because there are certain areas I would like to delve into as it pertains to some of the contribution made by those opposite. The member for Denry North said, Mr. Speaker, he takes Parliament very seriously. He has always been in Parliament. He has only missed Parliament about once, Mr. Speaker. He said we want time to finish projects. Our back against the wall. And that is why we are extending the state of emergencies to give us time to finish projects, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I listen to the member from Denry North, he takes Parliament very serious. Is that true? Where is he? Where is he, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you would agree that they have the record of working out the most in this Parliament. The record will show, Mr. Speaker, that those who come to this Honourable House and say they take Parliament very seriously, the record will show that they have walked out of this Honourable House the most. So how are you going to come here, Mr. Speaker? How are you going to come here and tell us that you take Parliament very seriously and your actions does not demonstrate, Mr. Speaker, you take Parliament very seriously? Mr. Speaker, we want time to finish projects. I know, Mr. Speaker, they are afraid of we finishing the projects. They are afraid of we finishing the projects because some of them, Mr. Speaker, the time in this Honourable House is limited. Because when the Honourable Prime Minister so decides to call elections, Mr. Speaker, what we have accomplished so far, what we have been able to accomplish so far before and after COVID, Mr. Speaker, the electorates will tell us that they are satisfied with the performance of the United Workers' Party. And some of them, Mr. Speaker, I want them to enjoy the little time they have here still. Enjoy it, because they are on the way out, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you remember that same honorable member said sometimes you conceive projects whilst in government, but sometimes you have challenges and these projects are not finished. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, he is trying to make us look like we are a vindictive government. When I told him, look, you're making a mistake, because a lot of the projects they conceive, we implemented them. If we were a vindictive government, especially, Mr. Speaker, in constituencies that belongs to the opposition, we would not have done it. They are conflicting, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, the member for Castries East, spoke about the country is under stress and the tension is very high. Seriously? Who's causing that, Mr. Speaker? who is causing the tension to be very high? Mr. Speaker, I would want to say that if we are seeing tension very high in St. Lucia, it is those who are listening to the members opposite. They are the ones causing high tension in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. They are the ones. Because of the conflicting information and messages that they're sending out there to the persons following them. That is the problem, Mr. Speaker. So when you're talking about tension, it's very high. Mr. Speaker, like you said, we didn't cause COVID. COVID is affecting worldwide, Mr. Speaker. Everywhere in the world is affected by COVID, Mr. Speaker. But what did they do? Like was said by the member from Swazel, Southwest, Mr. Speaker. They knew. That's the first time they walk out from this honorable house, Mr. Speaker. I want us to remember that. They knew that we were going to pass the COVID Act to control people's behavior. What did they do? They deliberately boycott the House. They boycott the Senate for them to go and have a match. And you talk about tension very high. And here it is again today. Where are they? Where are they, Mr. Speaker? In the representation, and where are they? Rallies upon rallies, Mr. Speaker. Motorcades upon motorcades. And now you want to tell us that we should not extend the state of emergency? Mr. Speaker, I want to ask, why is it that they are afraid of the state of emergency, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the member for Vivourt North and Vivourt South, Mr. Speaker, I will not talk about the member for Vivourt North because he said nothing. In fact, he came to a written presentation, Mr. Speaker, and when you tried to guide him, he could not continue, he had to go and sit down. That's to show you, Mr. Speaker, like I have always said in this honorable house, they're coming here well-programmed. They're not coming to this debate, they're coming here well-programmed with their intention. Speech well-written, and they come to present it and regurgitate, Mr. Speaker. That's how they come in this honorable house and debate with us. Mr. Speaker, a member for Vivourt South said he wanted to hear how we're going to justify the extension. And he gave all the reasons, if he was the Prime Minister, how he would have justified the extension of the state of emergency. So what is that telling us, Mr. Speaker? First of all, he will not be Prime Minister again, so that's not an option to think about. But what he's telling us, Mr. Speaker, is that he's agreeing that there's need to have the extension of the state of emergency. That's what he's telling us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say those members opposite, their motives are well-grounded. Because when we look at the reasons given by my Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, when we look at what we have been experiencing, Mr. Speaker, since we have been implementing the many protocols that have worked, when we have implemented the many state of emergencies, Mr. Speaker, that have worked, you know, I ask myself, why is it that they are not supportive of our programs, our policies, and our initiatives, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I support the motion presented by the Honorable Prime Minister and member for Miku South. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you'd agree, since we started the program with the giving the vaccines, St. Lucian's behavior has changed. And the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that my Honorable Prime Minister have always said from the beginning that we have to coexist with COVID. You have always said that, Mr. Speaker. We have to coexist with COVID. And the reality also, Mr. Speaker, that there are persons who have not worked from March 2020. When I sit in my constituency office and I heard the member for, not today, but he have said it, the member for Castries South, that the person in his constituency, that when they come to his office, would, you know, inform him that they have not worked since 2020, March 2020. If you want to take account, Mr. Speaker, 1 year. We have to be able to see how we can implement policies that we can reopen this country, Mr. Speaker, to engage where those persons can be gainfully employed. There's no way, Mr. Speaker, no way we can, as a government, continue to sustain these individuals. What do we have to do? And that's what we are doing. That's what our policies are speaking to, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, they know it. They know that our policies are working. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, they are afraid. That is why, Mr. Speaker, they are afraid. Let me show you some of the policies that have worked, Mr. Speaker, and the figures are there to prove it. When they came in, they spoke about jobs, jobs, jobs in 2011. Jobs, jobs, jobs. That was the slogan. I'm happy you answered that. And let me show you the figures. Let me show you the figures. The speaker, they spoke about jobs, 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 and you heard him. They created 8,000 jobs. But here is the figures, Mr. Speaker. When they came in 2011, unemployment was 21.2%, Mr. Speaker. That was unemployment. Jobs, jobs, jobs. When they left, Mr. Speaker, you know what it was? 24.1%. So if you created 8,000 jobs, what happened? Why would the figure shows that your unemployment went up under you? Why your figures are showing that, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, listen to the figures in 2019 before COVID, under the leadership of his Honorable Prime Minister and his team. In 2019, Mr. Speaker, it moved from 24.1% to 16.8%. And under COVID, Mr. Speaker, under COVID, Mr. Speaker, is 21.7% in 2020, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you see comparison? Much lower than when they left, Mr. Speaker. Despite the fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm showing that under COVID we are working. We are working. The extension is working. The extension is working, Mr. Speaker. That's what I'm showing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the youth unemployment, they talk about jobs, 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 and they want to criticize what we are doing and try to coexist with COVID, Mr. Speaker. The youth unemployment under them, when they came in, was 41%. In 2019, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact, well, 2019, before COVID, it was 31.6%. We brought it down by 10%, Mr. Speaker. And with COVID and our policies under COVID, Mr. Speaker, it went to 38%, much lower than when they were there in better days. So, here it is, Mr. Speaker, we are saying that whilst there is no template to manage COVID, but because of the wisdom and the foresight, the experience, the leadership of this Honorable Prime Minister and his team, we are able to implement programs and policies, Mr. Speaker, despite the many challenges the world is facing, to show better results than the St. Lucia Labour Party. That's a fact. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister speaks about the question of revenue, despite we reduced the VAT to 12.5%, you know, Mr. Speaker, we are realizing revenue compared to when they were there. You understand, Mr. Speaker? We are realizing revenue compared to when they were there under good times. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that they would not like what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the state of emergency does not only affect the St. Lucia Labour Party. Where are they now? They are out there canvassing. They are out there campaigning. Where are we? We're in this honorable house doing the work of the people. So if any party would be affected by the state of emergency, Mr. Speaker, would be the members of the United Workers' Party. Mr. Speaker, it's affecting me too. I have many activities I want to have in my constituency. For example, Mr. Speaker, I need to officially open the Lager Preschool Playground. A facility that was sponsored by Rainforest Skyride, Mr. Speaker. But because of the protocol, I have to restrict how we open the playground officially, Mr. Speaker. We have to do this. Mr. Speaker, I want to have the sorting ceremony for the Talvan lands, the lands which they gave to foreigners, Mr. Speaker, and you were able to take it back. And, of course, get resources to put in the infrastructure. I want to have a sorting ceremony for the people to celebrate that accomplishment under the leadership of Honorable Guy Joseph and the National Housing Authority. Mr. Speaker, I can't do it because of COVID protocols. I have to restrict myself as to how I do it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Lager School, I want to have a sorting ceremony for the Lager School, Mr. Speaker. But again, Mr. Speaker, because of the COVID protocols, Mr. Speaker, I have to restrict myself as to how I do it. And I'm sure there are members on this side that want to have a number of activities in their respective constituency, Mr. Speaker, but they cannot do it because of the protocol. We have to change how we do it. So it's not only affecting you all, it's affecting us too. I know, Mr. Speaker, that, you know, the curfew is affecting them. How the curfew affecting you all? What you all do outside after 9 o'clock? You all conversing after 9 o'clock? you mean you all going to people's house? You all so desperate? You all going to people's house at 9 o'clock in the night? This because that shows a level of desperation. If the members opposite are telling us that they cannot converse, they cannot campaign, because the curfew is affecting them, the question is, qui sont qu'à faire dans neve a kai moun ka converse, ka campaign? Parce que tant pour moun ka don ay dormi, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask them, how is the curfew affecting them? How is the curfew affecting them, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I'm happy to be part of a team where the policies that we have implemented, despite the challenges of curfew and, of course, of COVID, we are realizing good results. Like the Prime Minister said, we have not reached where we want to be. We have a lot more to do, Mr. Speaker. As the Speaker is clear in the motion, Section B of the motion speaks to that a resolution under paragraph A may be extended from time to time by a further resolution. Each extension not exceeding 12 months. And we didn't exceed 12 months, Mr. Speaker. That's the limit we have. Each extension not exceeding 12 months, Mr. Speaker, from the due date of the resolution effecting the extension. But, Mr. Speaker, what's very important in that section B? And such resolution may be revoked at any time by a further resolution. So, Mr. Speaker, whilst we are now requesting an extension of 5 months, the motion is speaking to that that extension can be revoked at any time. If we realize, Mr. Speaker, based on discussions with the authorities, that the numbers are going down to a satisfactory level, and according to the member for Castries North, to a level that Castries South, sorry, to a level that we are satisfied with, we will come into the Honourable House, or the Governor General will revoke the resolution, Mr. Speaker, the motion. So, what's the big thing? When we first brought it, they said the Honourable Prime Minister will abuse his authority. That's what they said, Mr. Speaker, the first time we brought it in. They come back in this Honourable House, they couldn't give one area, one piece of evidence where the Honourable Prime Minister abused his authority. The next time we brought it, Mr. Speaker, they said we brought it because we want to have elections. We want to have elections in December, we're going to have elections. And we're using the same model like St. Kitts. We want to have elections under a state of emergency. Co-election. Co-election. You'll have to wait. Because I see you putting a lot of fallen stars on the road. You'll have to wait. You'll have to wait. Be easy. Use the strategy that we use when you're in opposition. We wait our time. We did what we had to do. We are not hasty. We are not hasty. We spoke to the people. We told them what our plans were. We are not attacking the leader. We told them what our plans were. Use that strategy. And stop putting flags and painting the streets. Elections is very far. So, Speaker, I want to say that whilst the numbers are going down, I want to, through your permission, Mr. Speaker, to make a very special plea to the people of Babylon. My information is, Mr. Speaker, the same is not true for Babylon. We are seeing increasing numbers in Babylon. I want to advise those who are not following the protocol in Babylon, please follow the protocol. Because one case too many can create problems for the whole country. And I'll here to want to believe that my people of Babylon will be responsible. Based on information from Ministry of Health, COVID vivant toujours à Babylon. Et puis, je voulais dire that please follow protocol là, pour advise Ministry of Health, et puis unfollow protocol là. Because nous pouvons encore overcome situation COVID là. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to say once again that I support the motion presented by the member for Miku South, the Honorable Prime Minister, and I'm sure that as we continue to implement our many programs and policies, we'll reach at a level where we can open this country, and those persons who have not had the benefit of any form of employment over the past year would realize that what we were doing was in their best interest, and of course, patience is a virtue. We shall overcome. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Library.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the resolution before us is to seek an extension of the state of emergency, which is scheduled to end on May 16, 2021. Mr. Speaker, the current state of emergency, which was passed by resolution of Parliament as statutory instrument number 38 of 2001, extended the state of emergency for an additional period of 90 days from the 11th of February to May 16, 2021. The resolution before us, Mr. Speaker, is to seek the approval of Parliament for an extension of the state of emergency for an additional period of 5 months from May 17, 2021 to October 16, 2021. The purpose of the state of emergency, Mr. Speaker, relates to a declaration that a public emergency has arisen as a result of the occurrence of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, the last time the Prime Minister sought an extension of the SOE, I asked him to explain, to describe, to adumbrate the rationale for having a state of emergency. I wanted the Prime Minister to assist my understanding as to how the SOE would assist our country in fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. Was it part of an overall architecture, Mr. Speaker? Or if it is a cure, then we should export to many other lands, Mr. Speaker. But to date, the Prime Minister has failed to explain, nor describe, nor define exactly why he needs a state of emergency to impose a curfew for us to deal with the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, it's very simple. The nights are made for sleeping. And most people sleep during the night. During the day, people move around. There is no curfew during the day. So I'm trying to understand the rationale for the curfew. If there is, I'm hoping that today the Prime Minister will assist my understanding. Mr. Speaker, today I asked the Prime Minister what has guided his decision to extend the state of emergency for an additional 5 months. In particular, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know whether this decision was guided by the available technical review of the appropriate institutions and agencies that have been established to provide such technical expertise. Further, Mr. Speaker, I am not aware that the National Emergency Management Advisory Committee has met to discuss this matter. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Prime Minister through you, when was the last time that NEMAC met to discuss the COVID-19 situation? Mr. Speaker, based on the numbers I have seen, while St. Lucia has been the worst performer in the OECS in terms of COVID numbers, there has been a trend decline in the COVID statistics recently. The latest statistics I have, Mr. Speaker, gives the following information, and I'll go to May 1st, 2021. Total cases, 4,560. Recoveries, 4,368. Total deaths, 73. Active cases, 113. New cases, 8. Total vaccinated, 24,426. Moreover, based on the press statement that I saw recently, Mr. Speaker, dated April 27, 2021, on the COVID-19 situation update, the following was stated. At this point, we note a decrease in new cases diagnosed, reduced numbers of people with respiratory illnesses, reduced admissions at the respiratory hospital, and reduced numbers accessing care at the clinic. Mr. Speaker, I therefore would want to know whether the decision taken by the Prime Minister is guided by the best available technical decision, noting that I am aware that NEMAC seems to have simply been disbanded by the Prime Minister. And so it seems, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the absence of such documentary information, I am led to believe that this information is guided by political considerations, especially given that we are now very close to a general election and that this government, Mr. Speaker, is acting in desperation mode, seeking to exploit and extort all available means and methods to seek an advantage to gain a victory in the upcoming polls. Mr. Speaker, a state of emergency provides a government with the opportunity to use nefarious methods to gain unfair advantages for the government. A whole spectrum of measures, however oppressive. Mr. Speaker, on June 6, it will be 5 years since this administration has been in office. Yet the Prime Minister is seeking an extension in close proximity to the 5 years to October 16, 2021. While it seemed to be in keeping with the Constitution, I believe that this government is abusing the patience of the people of this country. This is strange, Mr. Speaker, And the only reason I can understand for this action is purely political. And my colleagues were right when they advanced the argument that we are in the immediate vicinity of 5 years, an election certainly is a consideration. It reminds me of a Creole saying, La lin kui kui, jubawe. Mr. Speaker, all the other protocols are being implemented under the COVID-19 Prevention and Control Act, number 9 of 2020. The government can therefore continue to implement the COVID protocols in terms of physical distances, crowd size, opening and closing hours of all institutions, wearing of masks, etc. I would really like to find out, from a technical perspective, Mr. Speaker, how effective is a curfew at such a time, especially when the government is able to regulate COVID-19 protocols effectively with the COVID-19 legislation and the vaccination program is being rolled out. I am convinced, Mr. Speaker, that the government which recently passed a budget clearly indicating that its policies had not worked, as reflected in the fact that the economy had already entered into a recession pre-COVID-19, and that the borrowing requirement and the public debt had reached astronomical levels, is trying to gain an unfair advantage for the upcoming general elections. Mr. Speaker, has the Prime Minister taken time out to reflect and consider the full impact of his political gains on the business community and the wider issues of St. Lucia's economic recovery? Mr. Speaker, the sudden impact of the pandemic and the initial shutdowns and the SOEs to reduce the spread of the virus, a number of small businesses were on the verge of bankruptcy. Small business that generate important jobs and economic activity in St. Lucia were heavily impacted. Extension of the state of emergency, especially those relying on self-employment and micro-enterprises, may disappear because they have less liquidity and buffers to continue. Small business development, Mr. Speaker, plays a key role in creating economic growth, employment, and improved living conditions. Small business, Mr. Speaker, is a provider of goods and services and a generator of the public revenues needed to underpin economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable development, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is not a time for curfew to stall our recovery efforts. This is a time to retrofit business procedures to adhere to the COVID-19 protocols, with government measures to support effective stimulus demand, in particular on the consumption side, Mr. Speaker. Specific support measures for most affected sectors and investment plans should also contribute to reactivate the economy. We had to adjust social policies to support those who are impacted most by the crisis, Mr. Speaker, particularly the most vulnerable and those who may have fallen into poverty during the pandemic. Today, we should be debating a package of policies relating to economic recovery, Mr. Speaker. This stage must aim at bringing the economy back on track. Hand in hand with this, Mr. Speaker, is that international cooperation is critical to effectively respond to the health emergency. And given the urgency to reopen the country, given the urgency for us to attract visitors from all over the world, the government should have been in the orbit of the vaccines with absolute alacrity. and in my soundness of judgment, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister of St. Lucia, who's also the Minister for External Affairs, should have been upfront and getting those vaccines even before Dominica and Barbados, because he was in a hurry to have the economy to get back to normalcy, which of course one can readily appreciate. But we must do it in an organized way, Mr. Speaker. Thought that with 2 ministers, I expected greater results, greater efficiency. The member for Kaswi South, when he spoke, raised the issue, and the Prime Minister, of course, refuted. But of course, Mr. Speaker, it is something that we would ask questions about, knowing full well that India reached out very early, and I know that, very early, Mr. Speaker. And so, it is only reasonable to infer that given St. Lucia's posture of trying to reopen the economy, which is vital, that they would have been more aggressive in that regard. So when we should be moving, Mr. Speaker, to full recovery, we are imposing the curfew for an additional 5 months. How can we move in that direction when income support was not what it ought to be? Mr. Speaker, and in this regard, I recall the advice of the leader of the opposition at the time to the government. The leader of the opposition cautioned the Prime Minister, both in and out of Parliament, that the sequencing of policy priorities was critical and should be structured to address different policy objectives in responding to the socio-economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in the immediate, short, and medium term. He addressed the nation on that issue, Mr. Speaker. Consequently, in the immediate period following the outbreak of the pandemic, the central objective of the government should have been the adoption of measures aimed at avoiding further increases in poverty and avoiding our small business from getting into bankruptcy. But you see, Mr. Speaker, this incompetent UWP administration did a manger cochon with such a simple exercise. Even when the IMF and the World Bank gave us financial support to provide income support for the people who were heavily impacted by COVID-19, they did as they pleased with it. Although the World Bank clearly stated, Mr. Speaker, what the monies were supposed to have been utilized for. And I quote, "This financing aims to provide St. Lucia urgent support to protect lives and livelihoods and strengthen economic resilience." It went further to say, Mr. Speaker, this World Bank financing is expected to help the government enhance the capacity of the health sector and provide short-term relief to the poor, small businesses, and the most severely affected workers. It supports measures to ensure business continuity and save jobs, unquote. Mr. Speaker, when I went through that list, in times past in this House, I listed every single project and only one qualified under this particular provision. I expected, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance would have included an income support program for the poor and displaced workers, as well as a program to provide support to small businesses. But regrettably, Mr. Speaker, this was not on the priority list of this administration, who have been beating the chest how great they are and how they're the best managers of the economy. They are beating the chest with a negative 0.1% growth in the economy pre-COVID. When they have borrowed like there is no tomorrow, they should have at least some solid growth in the economy prior to COVID. He instead used the money to finance general election, border control, birth certificate, ICT evolution, national hospital commissioning, and some other projects, Mr. Speaker, that did not meet the criteria. This money, Mr. Speaker, has been allocated for election projects. To make matters worse, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing appropriation bill for the poor, the unemployed, and small businesses. The number of citizens in extreme poverty has increased.
Honorable Member, I think you have now stretched stretch your argument. You started very nicely and you tied it up, and I have no issue. But I think right now you've gone.
I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you,
Oh,
Mr.
sorry
Speaker.
about that. I think right now you have stretched your argument beyond.
And in what way?
Beyond,
what way, Mr. Speaker?
Beyond the state of emergency. I know how you set it up, so I had no issue with the way you were going. But I think right now you're stretching it.
No, I want to know
will
what
not-
exactly am I stretching, Mr. Speaker? Because
Because
I
you
am...
move your focus away now from tying what you've said to the state of emergency and focusing entirely on an election.
No, I'm not talking about
So
electioneering.
no, on the funding and everything. So
Yes,
I'm
that's
not-
right.
Yeah, so I'm just
That-
saying.
Because the
I am
funding
not,
was for COVID.
I'm just pulling you back. I'm saying
No,
just
I-
remain focused. Continue, sir.
No, I thought I was on track. Talking about COVID monies that were given for COVID.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Yes,
about.
money
Members
given-
opposite had the latitude to talk about all things that were not even of
Honorable
marginal
member.
relevance to
Honorable
what we're
member.
discussing.
Honorable member, honorable member, honorable member. Let's. I try to manage the debate in a manner that member for Slurry Canneries is the member of the head of the command
I
center.
can read and
So
write, yeah.
Some things are allowed. So all I'm saying to you, remember we're debating the state of emergency.
Yes,
That's all.
that's what I'm debating, Mr. Speaker, to the best of my knowledge and in my soundness of judgment. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe it is proper, as I was discussing the economic matters, to respond to the member for Babuno, who of course went off on a tangent and talk about unemployment. And I just want to indicate to you, Mr. Speaker, or through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member for Babuno, that between 1997 and 2019, 28,102 new jobs were created. Out of these, 21,524 jobs, or 76.6%, were created during the tenure of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Public statistics. And the remaining 6,578 jobs, out of the 6,578 jobs under UWP administrations, that is the member for Kaswis North and the member for Miku South, 75.7% were created under the stewardship of the member for Kaswis North. Only 24.3% were created under the current Prime Minister.
No point of order, since he is referring to me and he is quoting figures, Mr. Speaker, I would really like him to at least quote the source he's getting these figures
That's
from.
good.
The public statistics, and I did, and it's in government Hansard. When I went through that analysis last year, and I also went through the analysis this year in the House, where I provided the source. You go on the government website and look at the statistics, the unemployment statistics. And next time you come here, you are free to have a debate with me on that particular matter. But of course, you are in no position to come and talk about you all created so many jobs in this current environment. Now I see nothing else to do because he interrupted me. That the jobs created by the Royalton and the Harbour Club Hotel, because both of those hotels were constructed and came under the St. Lucia Labour Party, and of course were completed when this administration came into office and employed people. I see nothing to do but to minus those jobs from your 2,259. I see nothing else to do. Now, if you provoke me again, I will minus. Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, it is extremely useful And we are in the realm of debate. It is extremely useful, Mr. Speaker, to allow the member for Labrie to respond to the political arguments that were advanced by members opposite. And they are in the realm of politics themselves. They have canvassers on the ground and they say, oh, your members opposite have canvassers on the ground. We are in the period for it. Every 5 years, we have a general elections. And all political parties would address themselves very seriously to it. But they keep on bombing us that we are creating tension in this country, Mr. Speaker. We are the ones encouraging people to be violent or to be recalcitrant. Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party is not involved in trying to inflame the passions of the people of this country. The people of this country are deeply stirred on their own. When over the past 5 years, that you have disregarded the development priorities, whilst COVID met a very vulnerable economy, instead of providing income support, many persons have fallen into poverty. You expect them to be in a good mood. When they see the accumulation of wealth in the hands of just a few families, and the majority of them are excluded. They're excluded. The displaced hotel workers, the privatization. You know, the fish cooperation, you know full well the impact it is having on the fishermen, that they are all under the bush selling fish. You know that. You expect them to be in a good mood, Mr. Speaker? Absolutely not. They cannot be in a good mood. But I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party is not involved in trying to get people angry. We are preparing to rescue this country, Mr. Speaker. That is what we are using this period of the SOE to do. Because it's a monumental challenge to rescue this economy by virtue of the kinds of contractions that we have in St. Lucia. The worst performer in the OECS. Probably one of the worst in the entire Caribbean, Mr. Speaker. And so we are going to be responsible. We are going to retrofit our political procedures so that we adhere to the COVID-19 protocols. This is what we are going to do. Our priority, our emphasis is on rescuing this country. Look the leader there. Honorable Philip Joseph Pierre. He's the undisputed leader. Undisputed leader. And nobody gave it to him, you know. That I borrow, you know. He earned it. He earned it. We chose him as political leader because he has political experience. And he's competent. He's competent. And you all can call him all sorts of names that you all feel like. But I'll tell you, including Ray Charles. But every time you extend the SOE, he's adding a new verse to the song, Hit the Road Jack, and don't come back here no more, no more, no more. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I yield the floor.
Your London was not good. Your London wasn't good. Because
Member for Pastor Southeast.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I expect exactly what you see there. Mr. Speaker, Guamundi Lesha Lea Top Show at Wizin Ukaido, and you will see that some of those who had walked in have since walked out. But the heat is just going to be turned up just a little, Mr. Speaker. I want to, before I begin my presentation, to make a quick observation and to join my colleague in extending advance special Mother's Day greetings to all mothers in St. Lucia, my constituency in particular, and more so my mother, who is 87. You know, up to late last week, when I visited my mother, at 87 years old, Mr. Speaker, she told me, "Yoka di me pa worry. But se kalteba isa ngatan na, kiman ye me sa pa worry about you." But I want to assure her and all other mothers in St. Lucia that this country is still under the watchful eyes of God, and we have nothing to fear. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 is a wicked disease. It is one that has been described as not having any regard for your status, your position, your wealth, your poverty, your place of birth, the country which you live, or how many places you have citizenship. COVID has no respect for any of these. And Mr. Speaker, I see a common thread between how COVID treats things and how the St. Lucia Labour Party deals with issues in this country. The St. Lucia Labour Party, every time we have come to this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, a simple motion to extend a state of emergency 3 times, 6 members on the opposition side have all contributed, and Hansard can show you they have said the same thing all 3 times. Why? What is it that I am missing? What is it that the people of St. Lucia, what is it that we are missing? From the day we started speaking about a state of emergency, this Labour Party has spoken about elections. And we're talking about March last year. It went July, August. Oh, they're going to call elections in September. And they want to call elections because they want to have an advantage in a state of emergency. Mr. Speaker, the same persons who accuse this government of wanting to use that to call an early election to give us the advantage have flipped their debate now to say that we are using a state of emergency to call a late election. Can the members opposite make up their mind on which side of the fence they are on this whole matter? You mean, Mr. Speaker, after all of this debate, after all of the challenges this country have faced in the fight against COVID-19, that the members opposite have not come to terms that these measures are not about elections, but about the well-being of the people of this country? Mr. Speaker, leaders, the men and women, well, men in this case who are here, who aspire to be the leaders, to to be the ones who want to be entrusted with the affairs of state cannot come to terms after a year and 2 months that all of the debates, all of the protocols, all of the measures are to fight COVID and not about elections. And watch it. 90% of the contribution is about elections. Not about the well-being of the people. Not about putting St. Lucians first. Not about what is beneficial to our health sector. But it is political gimmicks. Now let's talk about the member for Labrie, who was the most recent contributor. He said about, the member for Labrie is not your name. I know your name. The member for Labrie. He said this government is trying to gain an advantage in the elections. Yes. We don't have to try and gain an advantage, Mr. Speaker. We already have the advantage by our performance. And imagine, Mr. Speaker, negative 0.01% is higher than the best year in government. That should tell you how low the negatives were. You know, when we talk about temperatures, -0, -10, but when you start talking about -30 degrees and -40 degrees, you know that even the water in your eye would freeze if you leave it open on the outside. You have to put something. You have to put a shades or something. Mr. Speaker, the economy had frozen below 0 for 5 years under the St. Lucia Labour Party. And here the numbers. I mean, I was amused by my colleague and friend from Labrie that you created 8,000 jobs, but unemployment numbers went up. I mean, Mr. Speaker, I know how you all check. I don't want to use anybody's name to refer to your mathematics. But, Mr. Speaker, the same statistics that they are using, the book says it. You can say whatever you want. The unemployment numbers was lower under a United Workers' Party government than it was under a Labour Party government. And if you want to use, and even if you subtract the hotels you talk about, our unemployment numbers are still better than the St. Lucia Labour Party unemployment numbers. That's why, Mr. Speaker, he threatened to minus it, but he didn't do it. Because he knew that I would come after and I would debunk what he has said. Now here's what he said. He said we wanted to have an election advantage. So I want to ask him, in 2001, why did you call elections almost a year before elections was due? Is it because there was a political advantage? What is it that prompted the Labour Party, after just 4 years and about a month or 2 in government, that you would call an election that was due in 5 years? So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going on. In 2006, Mr. Speaker, and the member for Castries South would know that in the negotiations with World Cup, some commitment had been given that World Cup cricket, there should not be elections within a certain time frame of World Cup cricket. Because you wanted stability in the country, not having, maybe they didn't understand that no matter how our elections go, we have stability in this country, and we must always applaud our people for the level of maturity that is displayed in the handover of power in government. But, Mr. Speaker, the same anniversary date they talk talking about there. In 2006, they went past the anniversary date of the election of 2001, which was more than 5 years later. But today, they come in this house because they figure out that we have forgotten. Now, these are the two St. Lucias that they talk about. The St. Lucia of the St. Lucia Labour Party and the St. Lucia for the rest of St. Lucians. So they live in their own make-believe reality. And there's nothing you can do. You see, Mr. Speaker, when a man can fool his own self, there's nothing you can do about that, you know. When a man can tell himself something is true and in his heart he knows it is not true, what can you tell an individual like that? There is no explanation. So they create an imagination, they create an illusion, and they believe that illusion is reality. That is what we saw from the presentations, and I will analyze, because, Mr. Speaker, we didn't come here to oppress anybody with a state of emergency. And that's the point I'm making. I'm responding quickly to the issues that they raised about political advantage. Political advantage does not come based on the date of elections. Political advantage comes based on performance while you are in government. Ask them why they seated on the other side there. It's because, and look at that, Mr. Speaker, in 2016, they called the election almost 6 months before the due date. Why? Was it because of political advantage? But you see, when you create an illusion for yourself and you believe that's reality, so they believe if we call it now, we will win. And they lost. Look at where they're seated now, Mr. Speaker. They're seated on the opposition side because the political advantage they needed was performance. But they didn't have that. So can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, and I have not heard one of them said, what would we do differently to manage COVID? What would we do differently? Now, I will come to that because they made a lot of, if I'm permitted to use that phrase, a lot of silly points. You cannot even find proper words in the English dictionary to describe some of the arguments being put forth by the members' opposition. So if you think that political advantage is on the basis of a date for elections, and if you wanted to neutralize that, and you wanted to be fair, when you had 16-1 and 14-3, why didn't you fix a date for election so it would not be about the discretion of a prime minister to call elections? Why? But today, the shoe is on the other foot, so you crying because your toe is squeezing. You see, Mr. Speaker, it is not fair. It is not fair. The member just said about the accumulation of wealth for just a few. Mr. Speaker, no other government has created more small jobs for the people of St. Lucia than this United Workers' Party government. And I challenge members opposite. And I'm not talking about step jobs for $20, because when you talk about giving people 10 days work for $200, when the United Workers' Party came into government, we raised these jobs to $50 a day for the same workers. Utewe jaset lisi a 2006, c'est $20 yo te vo pour travail par jour à bas step. Partisan flan bon à toué, et nous mettons pour $50 par jour, et nous baillons 10 jours de travail. You know what happened, Mr. Speaker? The Labour Party came into office in 2011, you know what they did? They cut it down. It would look too bad for them to cut the price down to $50 from the $50. So they cut it down to 7 days and they reduce it to 100 people per constituency. In my constituency at the $50, we were employing 300 and 400 people every time we had stepped under a United Workers' Party government. Anything we found them doing, we did it better than how they did it. That is what good governance is about. So, Mr. Speaker, coming to the terms of this agreement or this motion being put forward by the Prime Minister, you're talking about we want to oppress the people. Let me say something to the members opposite who want to gloat over and undermine the impact of COVID on the average St. Lucian. This government has not taken COVID lightly. And we have done everything we possibly can as a government to put all the measures that are in place. Are there inconveniences? Of course there are, Mr. Speaker. I would love to be out there past 9 o'clock. I would love to have a big gathering. I would love to have a big political meeting at this point in time. I would have had the biggest motorcade in the history of St. Lucia, all by myself, bigger than the whole Labour Party put together. But I cannot, Mr. Speaker, because COVID-19 is here. And the restrictions that they talk about in the COVID protocols, it applies to everybody, Mr. Speaker. For the members opposite to come and make it look like there is a reason to target them and to put measures in place to stifle them. Mr. Speaker, not today they say they're ready for elections. Up to now they cannot fool a slate of 17 candidates, but they're ready for elections. We're giving you all a fair chance. So, Mr. Speaker, I would love the members opposite to help the people of St. Lucia that they claim that they love to deal with the COVID pandemic and stop spreading rumors about COVID and about who is breaking protocol and who is not breaking protocol. Because you see, there's an underlying message, what we call reading between the lines. And they think that they are smart. But when you think you're smart and you're not so smart, Mr. Speaker, that's the problem. The average man on the street can read the arguments of the St. Lucia Labour Party as advanced by the members. And we have seen, can you imagine, 6 members opposite debating a single bill and each one of them have a different position on it. Can you imagine if you put these men in a cabinet to make a decision on managing COVID and handling this pandemic in St. Lucia, what chaos this country would be in? And Mr. Speaker, you've been here, you've been listening to the debate, you heard them. The member for Castries South said he opposed the bill. The member for Dennery North said something else. The member for Castries East, we don't know where he was. Up to now, he has not declared his hand. He made some noise, but I didn't quite understand what he was saying. The member for Vilfort South appeared to me to be supporting the bill, but he felt that the presentation of the bill was not in the way that he would have presented it. Really? So, your choice of words have to be the choice of words of the Prime Minister? No, you put your case how you want. But the bottom line is, the intention of this motion to extend the state of emergency is to protect the health and well-being of the people of this country, not to oppress anybody in this country. Mr. Speaker, and that's why I said the behavior opposite was reckless and careless. They are trying to incite the people. Who said when the Prime Minister will call elections? The Prime Minister cannot breach the Constitution, not even under a state of emergency. A state of emergency does not give the Prime Minister the latitude to postpone elections. The Constitution is clear. And nobody on this side, including the Prime Minister, will do anything to breach the Constitution of this country. So the scaremongering being done by the members opposite. And look at their behavior, Mr. Speaker. I've said to them, I have not heard one measure that they would have implemented to help deal with the COVID pandemic. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because they have no plan. They have no, and they already know they will not be in government. So why bother to waste time and make plans? Because they know the people of St. Lucia have decided that this is the best government to handle the country in the COVID pandemic. So, Mr. Speaker, look at some of the things they said. They said you can just regulate the shops. So regulate the shops that sell the alcohol and these things. So you once, because under the COVID Act or COVID protocols, you can say to shop owners, restaurant and bartenders that your license is to operate within that time. That is true, Mr. Speaker. So who says they cannot go and buy 5 cases and go at the beach past 9 o'clock, go in a house party, go and assemble somewhere, because you can stop them from buying, but you cannot stop them from drinking. Now, if that is the argument that the members are going to put forward, and look at it, Mr. Speaker, action speaks louder than words. What was the outcry about the march? We didn't break any rules. We got permission from the CMO. We got permission from the Commissioner of Police. But they have never told the people of St. Lucia how did they come to get permission. Because they boycott a sitting of Parliament so that the legislation could not go through. Mr. Speaker, we didn't say that the march is the only contributor to the spike that we had. But I have, and there's no evidence to the contrary. There's no evidence to the contrary. And you remember when they brought the law of probability? The probability could be 0.01, but there's a probability that the match could have been a contributor. Now, you are telling us use persuasion. In the midst of having protocols, Mr. Speaker, the same leaders who sit on the opposite side there went and have a motorcade in the middle of all of the protocols that are well established. So you think you want the Prime Minister to lead by example. You want the government to lead by example, but you are leading by bad example. That's what you are doing. Leading by bad example. So if with COVID protocols in place, state of emergency and everything, you out there having motorcade, if there was no law in place, what would persuade the Labour Party to behave differently from how they have behaving? How they have been behaving? You see, Mr. Speaker, they are not genuine in what they are telling us. They are saying one thing, but their actions portray something completely different. Mr. Speaker, Here's what they said. The member for Castries East. The police are prompted to turn against the people. A leader in this country who is vying to be the prime minister, the head of this country, would make such a reckless statement in the Parliament of St. Lucia that the police is being prompted to turn against the people. Mr. Speaker, with all the... Now look at them. They come here praising the firemen. Oh, it's International Firefighters Day. And on one hand, they are praising the firefighters. But these same firefighters are among the first responders who have to be called to deal with a lot of the situations that are developing out of these situations. Tensions are high. But you know who is fueling the high tensions? The members opposite, by the underlying messages that they are sending to the people of this country. How many times have they said, we will fight you in the streets, we will fight you here, we will fight you there, we will do this, we will do that. These days they want to fight you in the church too, Mr. Speaker. No boundaries for the Labour Party. No limits at where they would go and what they would do. But Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the police officers of this country, this government stands resolute behind them in the carrying out of their duties in every area, not just in COVID. Because conveniently, when we are cornered, we are happy to call the police to come to the rescue. But when we want to do our own things, we want to label and blame the same police officers we call upon to secure us and to protect us when we feel that we are in danger. That is a very dangerous message. On the heels of everything that is happening in this country, for the leader of the opposition to say that the police is being prompted to turn against the people. So when the police ask people or the wardens, the COVID wardens, to wear your mask in public, that is against the people. I thought that was a measure that we all agreed to, which is for the safekeeping and the protection of the people of this country from further spread of COVID. Mr. Speaker, that is reckless. That is careless. These are people who would do anything just to gain a vote. They will destroy this country in the process. They will destroy the institutions that are needed for the upkeep of things in this country. Another one of them said, Mr. Speaker, that people are dying because of the health care that they are receiving. Mr. Speaker, I have met doctors and nurses who don't know people from anywhere. People that you and I, Mr. Speaker, if we see them, we would not even touch them. And doctors and nurses would give the best health care to these people. And for honorable members, supposed to be honorable members in this parliament to come and to score some cheap political points, to attack these people and to say that the healthcare workers are not doing what they are supposed to do, and that is a contributing factor to people dying. How heartless can the members opposite be? Apparently the member for Labrie was not there. But Mr. Speaker, talking about the healthcare, I am proud of every healthcare worker in this country, from those who clean the hospital to those who wash the dishes and prepare the food, to those doctors. And Mr. Speaker, you think it's the people that want to go and lie on the block alone that's under high stress and tension? Can you imagine what the CMO and her team has gone through over the last year without a break? What our police officers have been called upon to do all these patrols on the streets, to manage everything as best as they can. It's high stress level, Mr. Speaker. That's right. We have to give them better facilities. And you know what this government has done? Understanding the plight of our frontline workers, especially our police officers and our nurses, we have given them a duty-free vehicle, Mr. Speaker, to help them cope with the challenges. Because some of the buses would not pick up the nurses when they see them on the side of the road because they thought that they have been exposed to COVID. And rather than come and uphold the hands of these people, like Moses, like Aaron upheld the hand of Moses. What they have done, Mr. Speaker, they have chosen to attack, to say what? That the COVID protocols that are being put in place, the extension of the state of emergency, is saying is to oppress people. What about our healthcare workers? What about them who need a little break with their family, Mr. Speaker? And they've not been able to get a break in a whole year. You know, Mr. Speaker, we can play our politics when we want. But there are certain boundaries that we should not cross. And I think the members opposite, in a sign of desperation, they are crossing every boundary to destroy everything in this country in an attempt to be in government. To say, Mr. Speaker, and I move on to some of the things they said. So they said the police are prompted to go against the people. I know our policemen have held. The restraint that I see from our policemen, I have to applaud them, Mr. Speaker. Some of them have been roughed up. Some of them have been shaken. Some of them, I'm saying to myself, I couldn't be a police officer. They have exercised a great level of patience, and we need to applaud our police officers for the handling of the situations, even when they have been under pressure, Mr. Speaker. And I will not accept from the members opposite that anybody is prompting our police officers to turn against the people of this country. The police have done everything they can to work with the people. They went on to say, Mr. Speaker, all this government is doing is enforcement. Enforcement. Mr. Speaker, I thought laws were there to be enforced. So, let them go and march. Let them go and do their motorcades. Let them do their parade on the beach in Kazaba like they were doing. Let them go and have their motorcade in Mikud. Let them go and have their mass crowd events. It doesn't matter how many people who die. It doesn't matter what happens. That is what the Labour Party, that is what the members opposite were saying. And Mr. Speaker, with all of that, I have seen the behavior of members opposite. Mr. Speaker, even with our numbers moving from 1,000 active cases at a time to below 100, and it's at exactly 100 as of the results of today, not one word of praise, not one word of encouragement for the people who put in the hard work. The hard work is not just by the members sitting on this side. So you don't have to give us no praise. That's okay. But at least say a word on behalf of the nurses and the doctors and the people at the command center and our contact tracing team and those at the labs who work night and day to give us timely results. Say a little something for these people. If you ever become the government, you will need them. So why are you going to continue to say St. Lucia is the worst? The member for Castries is today again. Because, you see, when you make a mistake, Mr. Speaker, you must be willing to realize that you made a mistake. And he has been from day one when he said St. Lucia was the worst prepared, and the member for Micoud, for Dennery North said we were world-class prepared. The member for Castries East has never accepted that we are world-class. But I know that St. Lucia is world-class, not just because of the government, but because of the quality of people that we produce in every aspect of life in this country. It's not by accident that we have 2 Nobel laureates. We are world-class, and we are world-class in a number of areas. So, Mr. Speaker, but you know, being the worst is the chorus of the opposition. And that is why St. Lucia will not go in the hands of people who see only the bad in us and not the good in us as a country. Mr. Speaker, I could not believe my ears this morning when I heard the member from Castries East said they even spin events that happen in church. Really, Mr. Speaker? Now, Mr. Speaker, I will not speak on this, but I'm placing it on the record. I'm placing it on the record that the bad behavior of the members opposite continues. Because, Mr. Speaker, only those who experience it firsthand knows what it is. There are still people who are traumatized today as we speak. There are children below the age of 10 who, if you tell them, let's go to church today, they are still crying, and their mothers have to stay home with them because they are traumatized. But the member from Castries East and leader of the opposition will come to this honorable house. And Mr. Speaker, being subject a part of the event, nobody can say that they've heard me on the media except once I related the events that transpired, and I have refrained from saying anything to anybody on this. But I think this is reckless, careless, heartless behavior by the member opposite and member for Castries East. But in the process, Mr. Speaker, maybe he should tell the people of St. Lucia how he ended up with the gun. I want him to tell the people of St. Lucia how did he end up with the firearm. Maybe if he tells the people that, there would be no need to spin anything about the church. And that's as much as I will say on this, because I will have my time to speak. Mr. Speaker, work on the roads, not urgent. That is what they said. The work on the road is not urgent. So send the 100 people who are working there, send them home. Let them sit home and watch the sunrise and the sunset. And they will give their families to eat the sunlight. You see, Mr. Speaker, that is what the opposition is presenting to the people of St. Lucia. So, because the work is not urgent, stop it. So the people who are there working, who have to feed their families, who look forward to the end of the fortnight when they can get a paycheck and their children can go back to school. And Mr. Speaker, I applaud the Minister of Education for getting our schools reopened and our children are back in school. And thank God there are no major incidents that we've had to call off school at all. Mr. Speaker, the protocols, the state of emergency, which allows us to be able to put proper measures in place to manage COVID, is what has caused us to be where we are. And what we have tried to do, Mr. Speaker, under the able leadership of the member for Micoud South, is to coexist with COVID, as he said from day one. Because I believe COVID is going to be around for a while. And Mr. Speaker, so how can members come to this honorable house and oppose measures for the protection of life and livelihoods, Mr. Speaker? And one day they support lives and not livelihoods. The next day they support livelihoods over lives. They don't know what they're about. I've told you, Mr. Speaker, in my last budget presentation, I told you a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. And that's from the good book. I see only double-minded persons on the other side. That is why they are so unstable in what they are saying. They cannot stick to a point. Mr. Speaker, the state of emergency. So they said, don't do the road work, send the workers home. I want all St. Lucians to note that the over 3,000 people who are employed in construction activity in this country, what the Labour Party has said to us in the Parliament today, send all of you all home because these works are not important. So the bad roads, let the drivers continue to drive in the bad roads. Let the people from Esperas who could not drive from Fosse-Jacques to Soufrière through Diamond, and today they can drive through there. Tell them, don't worry. Tell the people in Saltibus, your road is not important. Or in Park Estate, drive in the holes. That is what they are saying to us, Mr. Speaker. Not the state of emergency alone cannot address the problems. The mighty United States of America just announced last week over $2 trillion in construction activity to boost up economic activity in the United States of America. What America is doing, our Prime Minister had implemented a year ago before COVID. That's what you call leadership. That is what we call, that is what we call leadership. And I know the member for Labrie knows better than that. Real leadership. We are blazing the trail. We are the pathfinders. We are the ones who set the pattern. And watch it. The protocols of St. Lucia have been adopted by other countries. And you say about, we are the worst prepared. There's no booklet. There's no manual. It's on the job. And I compliment our entire team for their achievements. You see, Mr. Speaker, this 1950 politics is not going to work in 2021. Can you believe the member for Castries South come into this honorable house and say somebody give you a message for the Prime Minister and you want to put that on the record of the Parliament of St. Lucia? So you see, in the whole morning you saw the Prime Minister. Somebody gave you a message for him. You couldn't give him the message? Is the Parliament of St. Lucia you want to come and use to give a message? You see, Mr. Speaker, the Bible says, from out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. And as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. So you see what you see spewing on the other side? That is what they are. You cannot give what you don't have. A dirty river cannot give clean water, Mr. Speaker. And men who are not capable of leading, no matter how many times you put them in leadership, they will fail because they are not born with that gift to be able to lead. That's the bottom line. So, Mr. Speaker, these COVID protocols and the state of emergency, which allows us to bring in a curfew, Mr. Speaker, at 9 o'clock. Why a 9 o'clock curfew, Mr. Speaker? Because you have to strike the right balance between lives and livelihoods. And Mr. Speaker, 9 o'clock may not be the perfect hour. It may not be the perfect hour. Maybe down the road we can extend the hours or we can reduce the hours. But you need the state of emergency in effect to be able to do so. Mr. Speaker, we are not about oppressing the people of St. Lucia. For me, you know what the oppression is for the people of St. Lucia? When they are on a ventilator at the Victoria Hospital, the respiratory hospital, when they are sick and they are lying down there, and that could have been avoided. That for me is what is not fair. But you see, we have to make some sacrifices. There is no way we can coexist with COVID without making some basic sacrifices. And I think based on the advice that we have received and the leadership of the Prime Minister, that the 9 o'clock gives us a good balance, Mr. Speaker. It gives us a good balance where you can have some livelihoods while you continue to protect lives. I understand the plight of the young men on the block. I understand the plight of people whose living conditions are not the best. And that is why in the next term in government, this government will adopt a minimum standard of living in this country for all its citizens. And that will include a project towards improving the general living of housing conditions in this country, Mr. Speaker, because we cannot run away from the fact that some homes are not conducive. Mr. Speaker, in the UK, in New York City, you go anywhere, any of these places. I know people who are living in a one-room apartment in the UK, sharing common facilities in kitchen and living room, and have been on lockdown for months. These people just paid their passage, left everything, and say, I'm running back to St. Lucia because that is where we have freedom. So, Mr. Speaker, despite the challenges that we have, despite the curfew and the restrictions, we are still much better than many places in the world today. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want the people of St. Lucia to allow themselves to be misled by the members opposite. The member for Castries is said, you don't need a state of emergency. You can have an unwritten curfew. An unwritten curfew? That is how you're going to legislate. You want to be Prime Minister and you want to have an unwritten curfew, so you're going to tell the police to go and enforce a curfew when there is no law, and then you want to accuse this government? Mr. Speaker, what kind of leadership is that? Who gives that kind of advice? An unwritten curfew? You see, Mr. Speaker, that's what they told Teo Hakim. We'll give you everything you want, you know. We just not yet. Election is too close. We have to write it a different way. And when we write it a different way, you'll still get what you want. You see, Mr. Speaker, honesty is on this side of the house. We are not going to do things undercover. We come to the people of St. Lucia and we let them know we want you to work with us. And that is why we are extending the state of emergency by 5 months. Mr. Speaker, we cannot have an unwritten law for a curfew. A curfew is not a lockdown, Mr. Speaker. The members are giving the impression that everything is restricted in this country. Mr. Speaker, schools are open. People go to work every day. Restaurants are open. They have to close at a certain time. All the business places are open. People can go to the shops and shop. They can go to the supermarkets. They can do their business. We are saying, make a little sacrifice. If you used to go home at 11 o'clock in the night, if you used to be, make a sacrifice of 2 hours. That's too much to ask in the midst of this COVID pandemic and managing the spread of COVID And the member for Castries South vehemently opposed the state of emergency. And he stated it. He is opposed to the country doing anything to protect the people from getting COVID. That's what he's saying. He doesn't care if people get COVID. Just don't put no restrictions. You see, Mr. Speaker, I move on. Mr. Speaker, I said that the state of emergency and the curfew is not a lockdown. Other countries have lockdowns. St. Lucia do not have a lockdown. We are managing our process, and I think that we have found a good balance. Now, the member for Beaufort South said, do we have sufficient cases to justify a state of emergency? And you see, that is the problem I have with the members opposite, you know, Mr. Speaker. We are the worst, one member says. The other member comes in and he says, well, you just have 100 cases. At the time when he spoke, it was about 96 cases. Do you have enough cases to justify a state of emergency? So if we are the worst, why is Canada still on lockdown? Why is Trinidad still on lockdown? Why the UK still on lockdown? If you live and you travel 5,000 pounds, in Canada, if you step out of your house onto the street, you can be charged. People cannot move around. Yet still you want to paint the picture that St. Lucia is the worst. Why does the Labour Party take so much pleasure in making our beautiful country look so bad? What is it you don't like about the people of St. Lucia? Is it because they rejected you at the last election? So you cannot forgive them like you could not forgive the member for Labrie many years ago? Is that what it is, Mr. Speaker? Because for me, for you to put your people down so many times, when you talk about St. Lucia being the worst, it's not the 17 persons on the UWP side you refer to. You refer to the country. And I don't know what the people of St. Lucia have done to the St. Lucia Labour Party that they dislike the people of St. Lucia so much, Mr. Speaker. So the member for Beaufort South says, well, do you have enough cases? And I was happy to hear that, you know, because I wish we were at zero, Mr. Speaker. But we're not at zero. And as long as we're not at zero, we have too many cases. And the aim of this government is to get to zero. I don't know when we'll get there, Mr. Speaker. But we will get there. We will get there. Because we are in good hands. Mr. Speaker, then he goes on to put a case. And he said, well, if I was coming here to request a state of emergency, these are the reasons I would give. You choose to give the reasons you want. The Prime Minister made it very simple to say the COVID protocols handles everything else except in order to have a curfew, you need a state of emergency. Is that English too complicated for the members opposite to understand that? How many times have we explained all of the other processes of COVID protocols? Social distancing, 6 feet apart, wear your mask when you're in public, no mass crowd events, limited activities. I mean, how many times do we have to say the same thing? So because you all are like a broken record, 3 times you all have debated the same thing, saying the same thing, you think that's what the Prime Minister needs to do? That has been well established. All we are doing is extending something that was already established. When we did not have 100 cases, we had a state of emergency. Why with 100 cases, we cannot have a state of emergency? Mr. Speaker, look at what they said. This prison that people have to go to. The member for Castries South, I think, was the one who said that. Prison? People's... No, You all said the state of emergency and the curfew is like having people in prison, so people going to their homes is prison. I thought people would be happy to go home and sleep at nights. Really, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to going home. I always look forward to going home. And I know the living conditions, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, you see, as Minister for Housing, by the next term in government, housing conditions will be substantially improved in every constituency in this country. It has started and it will continue.
Honorable member, you have 5 minutes in which to complete.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party is trying their best to undo all the good that we have achieved in this country. But I want to let them know this evening through you, Mr. Speaker, the people of St. Lucia will not make that mistake and gamble with their future. They gambled with you 3 times and they've lost. They will not gamble with you again. Mr. Speaker, we saw an attack on the Prime Minister in an attempt to deflect attention from the reckless and careless behavior of the members. Let me tell you something. We are all parliamentarians. You can just pull down your mask from your face to say something to somebody, and somebody can take a picture of you. To come and say that the Prime Minister is not following the protocols because the Prime Minister was at a funeral. You see, Mr. Speaker, now if I ask them, the funeral they were at yesterday, did it have the exact number of people? You see, Mr. Speaker, for them to have their political activities, they want, where you would think that the Labour Party would have a heart and would feel for somebody who has to bury their loved one. I remember, Mr. Speaker, when the gentleman and his stepson died in Mac, and at the time there was only 10 people allowed to go to the funeral, and the family came to me and they said to me, we have more than 10 brothers and sisters. Who is not going to the funeral? Who is not going to be allowed to go to the funeral? How can you tell somebody they cannot go and bury their mother, their father, their brother, or their sister? But you see, the Labour Party, for a political rally, for a march, for a motorcade, they don't care about the people who have lost a loved one and who wants to bury them and wants to be there. All they are concerned about, Mr. Speaker, if you can go in a funeral there, then I should be able to have a rally and a motorcade. Really? You want to compare somebody having to bury a loved one, somebody that they love so much? So you think that your people love the people they have that die and the rest of St. Lucia don't love their loved ones who die? This theology does not work. And this reasoning and rationale by the Labour Party is dangerous. To try and incite people that the Prime Minister is not following protocols, and so that gives them the liberty not to follow it. I know this Prime Minister has done everything possible to follow all the protocols. But remember, you cannot put everybody in the same bracket. Because you have a pass to be on the road past 9 o'clock. Does every member in your constituency have the same privilege? And if you are called as a parliamentary representative to attend to something, the liberties and the leverage you have to do so, the average man on the street does not have it. So why are you trying to equate what is happening with the Prime Minister? Why you want to bring the Prime Minister's office into disrepute? You may not like the person, but the least you can show is respect for the office of the Prime Minister in this country. That is what is required of us. And so in closing, Mr. Speaker, in closing, they said that the police themselves, they are seeking to create unrest. The police is seeking to create unrest? Really? Mr. Speaker, I said previously that the members opposite, they are not even fit to be opposition members to make these kind of reckless and careless statements. On the one hand, you congratulate the firefighters. On the other hand, their colleagues, the policemen, you condemned the policemen. And if you had the cause to condemn the firefighters, you would have done it the same way. You would not remember it's firefighters day today. Vaccines, other persons have dealt with that, Mr. Speaker. The social impact, all of us feel the social impact. But I want to say, making decisions is not always easy when you're the one at the helm and you're the leader. And I know it's not been easy for this Prime Minister. But I applaud him for his tenacity, his courage, his strength, and his leadership style. Because we have made success as a result of what he has done. Mr. Speaker, I say to everyone in St. Lucia, we are not the oppressors. We are not bringing in or extending the state of emergency to make life difficult for you. We want to manage this process. We want to reopen this country and give full liberties to all of our people so that we can go back to living life normal. But before we get there, there are some little sacrifices that we have to make. Don't listen to the members opposite. They have no plan. They have no idea what to do. Stay with the government that will keep St. Lucia working and moving forward. I thank you.
Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, we came here today to actually do something that's very simple, Mr. Speaker. Something in which we don't have to guess. We have now the benefit of evidence, Mr. Speaker, of what a state of emergency and what a curfew in particular can achieve. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, there are members on the opposite side who still want to insist, Mr. Speaker, that St. Lucia was the worst prepared for COVID-19. We're talking about now a bit more than a year since we had to put in the first declaration of the state of emergency. And we heard the objection by members on the opposite side then, and as was indicated by the member from Babonneau, we've now come back on 2 other occasions to extend the state of emergency. I say, Mr. Speaker, that this should have been a very routine and very simple process today, because the evidence is there. What's some of the evidence, Mr. Speaker? when COVID came into our region, who really understood? All we had, Mr. Speaker, were what we saw on TV. In China, which looked pretty devastating, followed by Italy in February of 2020. Shocking. And soon to be followed by the UK, and then soon to be followed by New York. China, Italy, England, and New York. When you speak of the resources that were available to these countries. So, Mr. Speaker, the reaction by us in the Caribbean, and St. Lucia in particular, was always with the people in the forefront of our minds. And it was understanding what it was our capacity to protect people. So the decision to completely shut down the country, Mr. Speaker, came out of fear and love. Fear, because what we saw on TV and what we saw bigger countries having to deal with, we asked ourselves, if we had COVID in our country, how was our health system going to hold up? As indicated, who had ventilators? Who had all the medicine? Who had the PPEs in stock? And even in April, Governor Cuomo was coming on TV indicating that he was having difficulty in buying ventilators. And that was before they had the global impact that we have today. And meaning the spreading out throughout the U.S. The Mercy Hospital ship that was here, that again, members on the opposite side participating and trying to dissuade people from going to. Luckily, the people of St. Lucia knew better. And many of those same people, Mr. Speaker, who were on social media lambasting how the Americans were coming here to somehow plant some kind of disease and were going to use Mercy Hospital to do so. Those same persons were the first people in line when the Mercy Hospital came here. But that same ship had to be deployed to New York City and also to Los Angeles, its sister ship. So, Mr. Speaker, when we reacted was with that fear. And so all of our borders were closed. All of our businesses were closed. Because at that time, Mr. Speaker, the risk of keeping those things open relative to how much capacity we had to handle an outbreak here, we knew. And Mr. Speaker, in very quick time, we were able to show results. So, Mr. Speaker, in March, as the COVID was coming around, there was 13 cases in St. Lucia. This government wasted no time in shutting down the country. All international travel, all businesses, and we introduced a curfew. And imagine, Mr. Speaker, the opposition did not support that. Said a state of emergency was an abuse of authority, was unnecessary, didn't have to do it. We have to remind ourselves, Mr. Speaker. Okay? In April, 5 cases. In June, May, we had 0. June, 0. July, 0. August, 1. September, 4. And Mr. Speaker, by June, we had reopened our borders. And what's amazing, Mr. Speaker, is the thought that went into those protocols to be able to open up our borders. So much so that we have never had to shut down our borders since June. And we've had no amendments to the protocols we had coming into St. Lucia. That is the level of thought that went into those protocols. And we know, Mr. Speaker, because we have the evidence, that tourists were coming in, and yet we had no cases. Zero. Let me repeat the numbers again. In May, we had 0. In June, we had 0. In July, we had 0. In August, we had 1. And in September, we had 4. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we went to October, when the state of the emergency came to an end, Mr. Speaker, and we were coming to the House to say, we take into consideration the thoughts of the members on the opposite side. And instead of trying to use archaic pieces of legislation, that we created our own COVID Act, a COVID Act that has been now replicated in many of the other countries in the Caribbean, and including some countries outside of this region. But Mr. Speaker, members on the opposite side were not satisfied with that, Mr. Speaker. They argued and argued that we shouldn't do it, and there should be no extensions, and instead used the opportunity now to do the infamous march. A march that had been pre-planned all the way back since July. They had it in their minds that they were going to do it, the largest march ever. And what did we have in October? 97 cases. All of a sudden, November, 138 cases. December, 147 cases. January, 1,859 cases. February, 1,542. Now in March, 509. And April, back down to 251. And what is the difference, Mr. Speaker? Is the moment that we reintroduced the state of the emergency and put back into the protocols, we were able to now bring our numbers back down. Mr. Speaker, the evidence is there. The evidence is there. Okay, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is there for everybody to see. That the moment you take off the curfew, when you take off the curfew, Mr. Speaker, and you leave it on a voluntary basis, as the member from Castries East indicated, we cannot enforce it. You're making the police officers and all the frontline officers' jobs impossible. On what basis are you going to tell somebody to go home? Even now with the state of an emergency and having a curfew, Mr. Speaker, we had to implement wardens. That's what we had to do. Wardens. To reinforce what you would think the average person would understand as being a priority for them. So, Mr. Speaker, what do we have? Do we have today's debate by the members on the opposite side, Mr. Speaker, who came here to talk about not the impact on the state of emergency on the health and the wellness of people in this country. No. No. Their concern is whether in fact the state of the emergency is going to impede or derail the ability to have what they consider to be a normal election. And even to that extent, thinking that the state of emergency is being deliberately done in order to somehow cause the elections to be delayed. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are lawyers and constitutional people and people who've been in the civil service as permanent secretaries who clearly understand how to read the Constitution. I will never deny them that fact. Not complicated, Mr. Speaker. Not complicated. So, what did you have? How is the state of the emergency going to stop the election from taking place, Mr. Speaker? Since when a state of emergency affects it? When in St. Kitts they had a state of emergency, did it affect them in having an election? When Jamaica had a state of emergency, did it affect them having the election? When Trinidad and Tobago had elections with a state of emergency, did it affect them having an election, Mr. Speaker? The answer is no. Categorically. Okay, Mr. Speaker? It does not impede the ability to have an election. So, Mr. Speaker, why is it that the members on this side came to this House to support the idea of a state of emergency? Because we still have cases. 13 cases yesterday, Mr. Speaker. Relative to what we were getting before, that's great, but it's still 13 cases. And Mr. Speaker, the fact that everybody wants to run away from is, yes, 74 people have died. 74 families have been affected. And while that is on a percentage basis not a big number, it is still grossly unsatisfactory because we wanted none. And up until October 1st, 0. You can't argue the facts. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, up until October of 2020, given the fact that we had opened our economy, we had people coming in here, and activity was taking place, and we were able to keep our numbers to what they were, St. Lucia was the best prepared in the entire Caribbean. And you would have thought that members on the opposite side, Mr. Speaker, understanding the underlying health conditions in this country, would have celebrated that fact with us. No, they came to this House, protested, walked out, refused to participate, called us all kinds of things, got other associations to get themselves involved to question the validity of bringing in a new act. Where were the people? At what point were you putting the country first? When? At what point, Mr. Speaker? At what point did they put the country first? That's what I fail to understand. At all times, it's always been about putting themselves first. Politics first. That is what the priority has been. In fact, they've been on a campaign to say that there was going to be elections in October, in November, in December. I think if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Speaker, the former Prime Minister said that we were going to have elections for sure in May. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand. With COVID, with a country with as much underlying conditions as we had, that they know better than us. How do I know? Unless they're not genuine. Because they said they went out and found this billionaire that was willing to come to St. Lucia to give us all this money to do what? A dialysis center. And came and did these fancy speeches about how St. Lucia has the most per capita of diabetes in the world. And that's why St. Lucia would make such a great place to be able to have a lab. Was that sincere? Did you not really believe in those numbers, Mr. Speaker? And in fact, Mr. Speaker, you have to really say that I want to know when and what did St. Lucia get from Jafali. But as members on this website have said, that's for another day. That's for another day, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Continue, Honorable Prime Minister. Move on.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't think the members on the opposite side would really like me to respond to the number of statements, false statements, Mr. Speaker, that the members have made with regards to the member from Castries South and his Range Rover.
Honorable,
okay,
Honorable Member.
I don't think he wants me to go there.
Honorable Member.
Honorable Member. You're opening up that Pandora's box. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very prepared to go down that road.
Yeah. Honorable members, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable member. Prime Minister.
No, I have no intentions of going there, Mr. Speaker.
But I just want to put you on alert. Remember, we have 1, 2, 3, 4
Yes, Mr.
other matters.
No problem, Mr. Speaker. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that the members on the opposite side, up until now, cannot articulate a plan. So in fact, let us assume that they were in office tomorrow. Really, what different policies you think they were going to have? They would not have to have a curfew. They would not have to be curtailment. They would certainly open up the economy and allow everybody to go and do what they want to do. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, to be able to again repeat myself, more importantly to the public of St. Lucia, and hopefully that the members on the opposite side would also benefit with the clarity. The government has indicated that our priority is to get to herd immunity. That we want to get to herd immunity, Mr. Speaker. That is what the important part is here. And we are trusting the science, Mr. Speaker, that says that if we have herd immunity, that we now can be more liberal in the protocols and the activities that we engage in, including no curfew, including allowing St. Lucians to return home without being in quarantine once they have been vaccinated. And our same thing for our tourism. The reason why our tourism product has worked, Mr. Speaker, is because we have created a tourism bubble. But we certainly would like to be in a position, but we have to make sure that when we do that, Mr. Speaker, that every single St. Lucian has been given the opportunity, and I'm saying this clearly, has been given the opportunity to take a vaccine. It is for the people, individuals in this country to make that determination. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the members on the opposite side spoke specifically to it in terms of the numbers. We need around 110,000 people in this country to be vaccinated. Now, we've spoken, Mr. Speaker, about what it's going to take. It's going to take two things to get to herd immunity. One, Mr. Speaker, is having access to the vaccines. And right now, there is a lot of jostling and fighting and negotiating taking place in order for us to get access to more vaccines. And we're working very hard, Mr. Speaker. Every day, a substantial amount of my time and that of my office is spent on searching to try to get the vaccines here. The second thing is, once you have the vaccines, is whether people are going to take the vaccine. Again, we have historical information to go by. One of my members talked about the two different stories that was coming out of the debate this morning. On one hand, there was an argument that people are not going to take the vaccine and that we're the worst prepared. And on the other hand, that there are massive amount of people at the Darren Sammy Stadium and the VG complex, and there's chaos. Which one is it? So the fact is that people are taking the vaccines, Mr. Speaker. People are anxious to take the vaccines in this country, Mr. Speaker. And I certainly would like to find out how many people would, and that's why we're pushing very hard to get more vaccines. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the critical decisions that has been, and I have been saying it repeatedly, to bring some relief to the members on the opposite side, that is going to guide the decision as to when we're going to have elections, is certainly, Mr. Speaker, when we believe that we can have elections in the safest way possible. But, I've said repeatedly, we are not in any way going to go contrary to the Constitution of St. Lucia. So again, Mr. Speaker, for today, for members on the opposite side to continue to try to tell people that the state of emergency is a ruse on our part to prevent us. Let me just, Mr. Speaker, quote the Constitution. I said it before, but I wanted to read it. On point 17.4, a declaration of emergency may at any time be revoked by the Governor General by proclamation which shall be published in the official gazette. So even we've come here today, Mr. Speaker, to extend the state of emergency, and members talked about it. Every time you're going to have to extend it, you have to come back to the Parliament. You have to spend a day like this because we know that the members on the opposite side never have anything to speak about the extension itself, but have to repeat the same statements that they've been repeating for 5 years. As if they genuinely believe the people of St. Lucia are going to continue to believe them when the evidence is there contrary to what they're saying about the management of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to resolve this problem. Members on the opposite side talked about working together. Mr. Speaker, that's the same working together when we asked them to join us at NEMAC, and they sent somebody who wasn't even a parliamentarian to head up NEMAC. Mr. Speaker, we asked them to come to the economic recovery group. They came to one meeting, they left. We had debates in this House, and what did they do, Mr. Speaker? They got up and they walked out. Mr. Speaker, there are times when leaders of this party have extended their hand. It's been refused. So that is what, that's how we talk about, cooperating? Really? But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, it's certainly my government's intention to make sure that we will work with the members on the opposite side, with arbitrary independent people, to make sure that we can have a very clear idea that once we are going to have elections, what the protocols would be, and that hopefully both sides will fulfill their obligation and commitment to adhering to them. Mr. Speaker, this is the same people that talked about repeatedly no oxygen at St. Jude's, at Victoria Hospital. You heard today the allegation, the claim by the member from Castries East that there was no Wi-Fi at Victoria Hospital. I can say this, Mr. Speaker, that's a categorical lie, like many of the other things that he has said. Okay? There's Wi-Fi. Yeah. There's Wi-Fi at Victoria Hospital. There's Wi-Fi at Victoria Hospital. I went and checked. There's Wi-Fi at Victoria Hospital. It was part of the DVRP program that was brought in, and that was one of the commitments that we had to make. Mr. Speaker, I heard the member on the opposite side again bring up Sir John's name. These are the people, I mean, you know, it's amazing to me, Mr. Speaker, how people try to find stories of convenience, Mr. Speaker. Here he was using Sir John's name to talk about Sir John's contribution to the democracy and the development of our country. This is the same Sir John, Mr. Speaker, that after serving over 30 years in government, that when he lost, what did they do? They took away his car park. This is the same Sir John, Mr. Speaker, that was in the boulevard, and I don't even want to say what they threw on him. Well, it's politics. But you see, Mr. Speaker, you see how convenient that is? It's politics. The member from Castries South, again, has hit the nail on the head. At the end of the day, politics is more important than the reputation of people. Politics is more important than the well-being of the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. And that is exactly how the Labour Party continues to behave. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we'll try now to put a division between the people of this country and the police. But that's not new. They've done it before. What happened during the banana days? What happened in 1979? And the same thing is going on.
Honourable member. Honourable member. There's no need for the last statement. I mean, especially if you're going to shout it so loud, there's no need for that statement. Continue, sir.
Mr. Speaker, this is the problem when members on the opposite side do not take your guidance and choose to open up a debate and cause me now to have to respond. Because, Mr. Speaker, they're the ones who brought up the issue about Sir John. Today, Sir John is a hero. When it's appropriate, he is the GOAT. Mr. Speaker, so even when they talk about the daughter, when they went to Sir John's house with a mob, yelling and screaming at everybody that was going on at the house.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
There's no need.
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm just saying to you, It's for me to respond, Mr. Speaker. If the members on the opposite
But
side...
if you're going to respond to every statement now being said, Mr. Prime Minister, will
Well, I would say to you, Mr. Speaker, that's my parliamentary privilege.
I know, but we...
Because if members on the opposite side are going to open up a Pandora's box, as I told you, Mr. Speaker, because we sat in this house when the member from Castries South, even though against your own advice, and I will say to you that the day will come when I'm going to use that privilege to respond.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that I want to support this bill. I want to remind St. Lucians, to inform them, to reiterate to them that this extension of the state of emergency is one that is well thought out. It's not intended to in any way undermine anybody or to take away anything from anyone, but more importantly, to protect the safety of people. And again, about finding a point of coexisting with COVID, meaning that we protect lives and we do as best as we can to protect livelihoods. Because it's frightening to think, Mr. Speaker, if members on the opposite side were in government during this period. I cannot even fathom for a moment where we would have been. Because remember, they told you no state of emergency, don't close down the country. And when all of a sudden, no, they told you to close down the country. And when you close down the country and there would have been no income coming in, where would we have been? Where would they have found the money, Mr. Speaker, to pay salaries? Where would they have found the money to pay the debt? Where would they have found the money to pay off all of the bonds that we had? But that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. The Labour Party, and particularly the members on the opposite side, have never answered for their sins. Never. And the fact is, the sin is what is taking place at St. Jude, the amount of debt was accumulated, the amount of opportunities that were lost in this country, the deterioration of all of the social services of this country. And that is what building a new St. Lucia has been about, Mr. Speaker. It's about fixing all the ills that were left over by the Labour Party. And despite COVID, and even with COVID, and COVID should show the people of St. Lucia that at all times the members on this side will always put the people in our hearts and do what we think is best to take care of them at all times. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament further extends an additional period of 5 months commencing from the 17th day of May 2021 and ending on the 16th day of October 2021 in accordance with Section 17(6) of the Constitution of St. Lucia, Cap 1.01. The Constitution of St. Lucia, Resolution of Parliament approving declaration of state of emergency, passed as statutory instrument number 38 of 2021 that extended the state of emergency for additional period of 90 days, commencing from the 11th day of February 2021 and ending on the 16th day of May 2021. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the first reading of a bill shortly entitled Counter-Trafficking Amendment.
Counter-Trafficking Amendment.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order number 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Honourable Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the second reading of a bill shortly entitled the Counter-Trafficking Amendment. There have been several recorded incidences of illegal entry into St. Lucia, which pose a serious risk to the national security of St. Lucia and its residents. Given that St. Lucia is experiencing a crisis event due to the COVID-19, virus, it is especially imperative to strengthen the counter-trafficking legislative framework to deter and adequately penalize offenses relating to the trafficking of persons into St. Lucia. The Counter-Trafficking Act, Cap 317, currently provides that a person convicted of the offense of trafficking of persons could serve either a custodial sentence of up to 5 years or pay a fine not exceeding $100,000. However, the amendment removes the alternative penalty of a fine, so the person convicted of this offense is subject to imprisonment for up to 5 years. Under the Act, summary conviction of the offense of unlawfully withholding of identification papers carries a custodial sentence of up to 2 years or an alternative fine of up to $10,000. The amendment provides that a provision provides that a person convicted of this offense is subject to imprisonment for up to 2 years. The Act provides for a custodial and monetary penalty for a person convicted of the offense of transporting a person for the purpose of exploiting such a person's prostitution. The amendment removes the monetary penalty of $100,000. Therefore, the penalty for conviction of this offense is a custodial sentence of up to 5 years. Parliament is invited to pass the Counter-Trafficking Amendment Bill to provide a more stringent approach to the prosecution of the offenses identified by the removing of provisions that allow fines while maintaining the penalty of a custodial sentence.
Honourable members, the question is that the Counter-Trafficking Amendment Bill be read a second time. And I'll put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Counter-Trafficking Act, Cap 3.17.
Honourable members, again. Honourable members, not because we are in committee stage, we should. Let's now review the bill. Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 5.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 4.
Substitution of Section 6.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 5.
Amendment of Section 7.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Aye. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as of contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Counter-Trafficking Amendment Bill went through committee stage with no amendments. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Counter-Trafficking Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Counter-Trafficking Amendment Act 2021.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the first reading of a bill shortly entitled Companies Amendment.
Companies Amendment.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended and to allow to allow the Honorable Prime Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
As many as have a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the second reading of a bill shortly entitled Companies Amendment. The Companies Act Cap 1301, the Act currently requires a company to file a notice of secretary within 1 month after commencing its operations, a notice of beneficial owners at the time of sending the articles of incorporation, and its bylaws within 60 days of incorporation of the company. The amendment introduces a new timeline of 90 days after the incorporation of a company for filing a notice of secretary, bylaws, beneficial owners, and allotment of shares in the prescribed form and with the accompanying prescribed filing fee. Further, a company that fails to file those documents within the specified timeline may make an application to the registrar for an extension to file a document. The Act currently requires a company that is licensed and regulated by the Financial Services Regulatory Authority to file a notice of beneficial owner with the registry. The amendment removes this requirement under the Act, as that information would have already been provided by the registered agent or trustee on behalf of those companies in accordance with the Registered Act and Trustee Licensing Act 12.12. Under the Act, a director of a company is required to give notice to the Registrar of Companies and Intellectual Property of a change of director after incorporation of the company. Similarly, the amendment requires a company to give the registrar notice within 15 days of a change of a beneficial owner during the lifetime of the company. The Act also provides for a notice or document to be served on a company by leaving it at or sending it by telex or telefax or by prepaid post or cable address to the registrar's office of the company, or by personally serving the director, officer, receiver, manager, or liquidator of the company. The amendment allows the registrar to effect service by publishing a notice or document in the Gazette without having to serve individual companies that may be in default with the Act. Lastly, the Act provides various grounds under which a name for a company can be refused by the registrar. For example, if the name of the company is identical to the name of a body corporate incorporated under the laws of St. Lucia, or the name is prohibited by any law. The amendment provides an additional ground for refusal of a name of a company, that is, the name of a company suggests or implies a connection with the Crown, the government, a ministry, a department, or activity of the government, unless consistent in writing of the proposed name is obtained from the minister who is responsible for that sector.
Honorable members, the question is that the Companies Amendment Bill be read the second time. I now put that question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as have a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Companies Act Cap 13.01.
Honorable members, let's review the bill. Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 3.
Substitution of Section 18.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 59.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 5.
Amendment of Section 64.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 6.
Amendment of Section 69A.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 7.
Amendment of Section 77.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 8.
Insertion of new Section 517A.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 9.
Amendment of Section 521.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 10.
Amendment of Section 523.
Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I beg to report that the company's amendment bill went through committee stage with no amendment. Honorable Prime Minister.
Sorry. Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the company's amendment bill be read a third time and passed. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Companies Amendments Act 2021.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the first reading of a bill shortly entitled Money Services Business Amendment.
Money Services Business Amendment.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that Standing Order number 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Honorable Prime Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. And I'll put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the second reading of a bill shortly entitled the Money Services Business. The Money Services Business Act, Cap 12.22, the Act currently provides for 5 categories of money service businesses. These include 1, a Class A license for the transmission of money value in any form, issuance, sale, or redemption of money orders or traveler checks, check cashing, or currency exchange. 2, a Class B license for the insurance, sale, or redemption of money orders or traveler's checks, check cashing, or currency exchange. And 3, a Class C license for check cashing. 4, a Class D license for currency exchange. 5, a Class E license for micro lending. This amendment will make provisions for a 6th category of license, which is Class F license for a money service business that engages in lending. The new Class F license is for financial institutions that engage in money lending or granting credit facilities in excess of $50,000 without soliciting, receiving, or accepting monetary deposits, investment, or other instruments from the public to finance a loan. This amendment therefore requires a business that engages in lending to be licensed under the Act. The application and annual license fees that will be applicable to a Class F license are specified in the amendments of Section 2, 5, 6, and 19, and Schedules 1, 3, 4 of the Act. Other provisions of the Act are amended to require a person engaging in lending to make an application for a Class F license and to ensure compliance with the requirements for filing returns under the Act. The Money Services Business Amendments Bill will also facilitate the licensing of St. Lucia Mortgage and Finance Limited to conduct banking businesses as defined under Section 2 of the Banking Act number 3 of 2015, since the granting of a license under Section 14(1)A of the Banking Act. This resulted in the revocation of a license from the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, ECCB, to the company. The definition of banking business under Section 2 of the Banking Act is as follows. A, the business of receiving funds through 1, the acceptance of monetary deposits which are repayable on demand or other notice of any similar operation. 2, the frequent sale or placement of bonds, certificates, notes, or other securities, and the use of such funds either in whole or in part for extension of credit or investment for the account at risk of the person doing such business. B, any other activity recognized by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank as banking practice and which is licensed financial institution may additionally be authorized to do so. 5, as such, St. Lucia Mortgage and Finance Limited does not receive funds through the acceptance of monetary deposits and therefore does not satisfy the definition of banking business as stated earlier. With the revocation of its license, St. Lucia Mortgage and Finance Limited is not being regulated and supervised by any prudential financial service regulator. Mr. Speaker, this situation constitutes a money laundering risk to St. Lucia. We therefore require an amendment to the Money Services Business Act to eliminate this risk to our jurisdiction. The amendment of the Money Service Business Act will therefore cause St. Lucia's Mortgage and Finance Limited to be regulated and supervised under a Class F license by the Financial Services Regulatory Authority, which is the administrator of the Money Services Business Act. Mr. Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I wish to present this amendment bill for the approval of this Honorable House.
Honorable members, the question is that the Money Services Business Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Money Services Business Act, Cap 12.22.
Honorable members, let us review the bill. Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 5.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 5.
Amendment of Section 6.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 6.
Amendment of Section 19.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Clause 7.
Amendment of Schedule 1.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 8.
Amendment of Schedule 3.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill. Clause 9.
Amendment of Schedule 4.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I beg to report that the Money Services Business Amendment Bill went through committee stage with no amendments. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Money Services Business Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Money Services Business Amendment Act 2021.
Honorable Minister for Tourism, Information, Broadcasting, Culture and Creative Industries.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of a bill shortly entitled Tourism Stimulus and Investment Amendment Act.
Tourism Stimulus and Investment Amendment.
Honorable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that Standing Order 48.2 be suspended in order to allow the Honorable Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Proceed, Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of a bill shortly entitled Tourism Stimulus and Investment Act. Mr. Speaker, the Tourism Stimulus and Investment Act, Cap 15.03. The Act facilitates the further development of the tourism sector by providing incentives, tax relief, and exemptions for proposed new and existing tourism projects. After review by the Ministry of Tourism, Information, Broadcasting and Creative Industries, the Department of Finance, and also the Department of Statistics, Mr. Speaker, it was determined that the economic benefits granted under the Act to approve developments, including hotels, resorts, and residential complexes, were paramount to the sustaining and further developing the tourism sector and the St. Lucian economy. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Act permits applications for an approved development to be made prior to the 31st day of March 2021. The Act is therefore being amended to extend the time period for tourism projects making an application for incentives, tax relief, or other exemptions under the Act by an additional 3 years, commencing from the first day of April 2021 and terminating, Mr. Speaker, on the 31st day of March 2024. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Tourism, Information, Broadcasting and Creative Industries, in collaboration with the Department of Finance and Statistics, are required to undertake a comprehensive review of the Act and its impact for the period 2014 to 2022, and submit a report along with recommendations to Cabinet by the 31st day of March 2023, Mr. Speaker, so that we can ascertain the proper impact of the Act. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to update the House on some of the progress that the Act has made so far as the implementation of various projects. Mr. Speaker, while it was amended in 2016, there were further amendments as well in 2019. We see, Mr. Speaker, that some 12 different projects, some large, had extensions and also new properties. So we saw, Mr. Speaker, a 36-room expansion at Serenity at Coconut Bay. We also saw, Mr. Speaker, that the Act was successful in facilitating incentives for 26-room expansion at Windjammer Landing. Harbor Club, Mr. Speaker, 115 rooms. Royalton, 456 rooms. Villa Zona, 6 rooms. Yellow Sands, Mr. Speaker, 8 rooms. St. Joseph's Limited, 6 rooms. Saul Sanctum, 8 rooms. We also had Francine, 6 rooms. Green Fig Resort, 20 rooms. Villa Poi, 6 rooms. And as well, Mr. Speaker, Progress Palace, some 28 rooms, totaling nearly 670 rooms of total investment. Mr. Speaker, we see that the Act has been very successful in ensuring that more St. Lucians qualify and more St. Lucians who have not been in the business before did apply and get the exemptions necessary to be part of the Act. Mr. Speaker, one of the things or the shortcomings of the Act that we have noted is the fact that the 6-room requirement still stands. And so, Mr. Speaker, we're hoping that with additional legislation we will bring to the House in the coming weeks to ensure that the 6 rooms requirement no longer apply, and St. Lucians who are owners of apartments and villas can qualify for incentives regardless of having 6 rooms or not. Mr. Speaker, I therefore, with these words, submit the bill to honorable members for consideration.
Honorable members, the question is that the Tourism Stimulus and Investment Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion here. My apologies, sir. I did not see that line. I guess we were in a mood, so. Member for Castries.
I can assure you, I will not be long, Mr. Speaker. I will not be long. I just wanted to put on the record, Mr. Speaker, that when it is said that when the Labour Party was in government, we did nothing and we were a complete disaster. I just want to put on record that the Tourism Stimulus and Investment Act was conceived by the Labour Party, was brought to Parliament by the Labour Party, and was passed by the Labour Party. The record will show, Mr. Speaker, that when all the utterances and the insults are thrown at us, we did things that fundamentally changed the country, and I'm happy that the government, in that case, has continued, and I think they amended it. But I just want to put on the record that that act was initiated by the Labour Party. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the Tourism Stimulus and Investment Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, Honorable, say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Tourism Stimulus and Investment Act, Cap 15.03.
Honorable members, let's review the bill. Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 3.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Amendment of Schedule 2.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises at the time, I guess the time. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put that question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, let's complete the day's work. Honorable members, I beg to report that the Tourism Stimulus and Investment Amendment Bill went through committee stage with no amendments. Honorable Minister for Tourism, Information, Broadcasting, Culture and Creative Industries.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Tourism Stimulus and Investment Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, bearing with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Tourism Stimulus and Investment Amendment Act 2021.
Honorable members, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Mr. Prime Minister, just before I know what you could, just before, honorable members, during the time that I was preparing for the sitting, I remembered the member for Dennery North move a motion, and that motion was seconded by the member for Babonneau, and Prime Minister / Minister of Finance agreed that the Speaker or the Parliament should make the application to him. That is for the set of revised laws. Having considered that and the issues surrounding auditing, because it means that it's loose leaf, members could simply, or anybody could simply, we have for the time being decided against making that application. However, the Parliament of St. Lucia, we are prepared, if members so provide a thumb drive, we will make the laws of St. Lucia available to you on a thumb drive that can be updated at any time. Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize all of the mothers who are here with us in the House today, and to wish them all the best this weekend. I want to again wish all the other mothers in our country. Women have, for the longest time, been the backbone of many of us in this House. I know I'm no exception to the rule, as well as to our country. And I think it's a great opportunity that we can celebrate all of them this weekend, and I want to wish all of them the best. I also want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank you, to thank the parliamentary staff, to thank all of the security, and to thank the persons from NTN for again being with us here today. I'm very grateful that we were able to complete the House business before 9 o'clock, the witching hour. Again, behind me, our Attorney General and his chambers, again, for being here the entire time during the deliberations. So again, I want to thank all the members for their participation. I want to wish you all a safe drive home. I also want to dedicate, Mr. Speaker, because we're coming down to that time, that we do still have some parliamentary sessions ahead of us, of where there's still a significant amount of business that my government intends to complete. This is a party of workers, and we will work right to the end. I assure you that, and I assure that to the people of St. Lucia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On this point, I'd like to adjourn the House. Sine die.
Honorable Prime Minister, I guess on behalf of everybody, we join you in extending wishes to mothers and thanking everybody. Honorable members, the question is that the House do stand adjourned, sine die. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. House is adjourned.
And the sitting of the House of Assembly for today, Tuesday, 4th May 2021, has come to an end. Very spirited debates throughout the day, but a conciliatory note as we ended with the bills that were down for consideration: the Counter-Trafficking Amendment, Companies Amendment, Money Services Business Amendment, and the Tourism Stimulus and Investment Amendment. So the House has passed the motion for the Parliament to further extend for an additional period of 5 months, commencing the 7th day of May 2021 and ending on the 16th day of October 2021, the state of emergency in accordance with Section 17(6) of the Constitution of St. Lucia, Cap 101, and the Constitution of St. Lucia Resolution of Parliament approving the declaration of state of emergency, which was passed as a statutory instrument number 38 of 2021, which extended the state of emergency for an additional period of 90 days, commencing the 11th day of February 2021 and is ending on the 16th day of May 2021. The Prime Minister, in his summation on this motion just moments ago, reiterated that the intent is not to restrict the rights and freedoms of St. Lucians, rather to preserve a life and livelihood, as well as to allow for the government to have the vaccines get into the country so that we can achieve herd immunity, which would allow the country and the people of St. Lucia to return to some semblance of normalcy. To achieve herd immunity, some 110,000 people need to be vaccinated for that to happen. Just an update on the COVID-19 situation as we wrap up for the day. Today, Tuesday, May 4th, 2021, the Ministry of Health and Wellness received confirmation of 12 new cases of COVID-19 from the Ezra Long Lab, and this is from a total of 175 samples taken during the period April 30th to May 2nd, 2021. The samples were processed on May 3rd. The ministry also received confirmation of the recovery of 8 individuals, bringing the number of active cases in country to date to 100. And presently, one of the active cases is requiring critical care at the respiratory hospital. So, as of May 3rd, a total of 24,473 individuals have received the first dose of the COVID-19 vaccine, and 4,982 individuals have received their second dose. Tomorrow, Wednesday, May 5th, 2021, health teams will be administering the COVID-19 vaccine at the VG Sports Complex, the Bellevue Wellness Center, Etangs Wellness Center, and Dennery Mothers Preschool, catering for the general population for the first dose, and also individuals receiving the second dose. So for those of you who are desirous of getting the vaccine, you can visit those sites so that you can get vaccinated, as well as those who are deserving of their second inoculation. Please visit the vaccination sites in order for the island to be able to achieve herd immunity. On behalf of the entire team of the Government Information Service, I am Lucia Joseph, signing off.